Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. I hope you guys are all doing well out there. I appreciate you guys coming in, filing in, and being a part of the conversation this whole trial. We're going to be watching some stuff, and I'm telling you right now, there's some potential fireworks that could come off during this particular trial today. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm here for it. I don't know about y'all, but I'm definitely here for it, okay? Now, I know I missed out yesterday's show, or yesterday's, not show, but yesterday's trial, okay? I was out. I was busy. I just said it in the Riley Strain updates just a second ago, but I'll repeat it again here, too, in just a minute. I was busy, conducting a very big interview, and it was an honor to be sitting across Hollywood royalty again. So I'll explain all that in just a little bit for those of y'all who are maybe late to the party and don't know about that stuff. But please do me a favor before this trial gets started, because they haven't started yet, okay? Things have not started yet. I just want to show you guys. Things have not started yet. We are still waiting for things to get off and popping, all right? Also, the reason why I'm saying I'm here for it today is because Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, yeah, like I said, the armorer that has been convicted, found guilty, the person who was the armorer who took care of all the pew-pews and all that stuff, she is taking the stand today. Yeah. Indeed. So, this is going to be a very interesting day today, hearing what she has to say about everything. Is she going to throw him under the bridge? Under the bus? I don't know why I said the bridge. Is she going to throw him under the bus? Is she going to take accountability? Or is she going to try to move the goalposts as much as she can and try to push blame? Let's find out. But that's happening today at some point in today's show or in today's trial. It's happening. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth the watch. So please do me a favor. Hit that like button down below, please, and thank you. Crush it. Do whatever it is you need to do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on Facebook, all right, or any of these other platforms that I'm live streaming on right now as we speak. Show some love. Show some attention. That'd be great. Of course, do not forget to crush that subscribe button on my YouTube channel. Or if you are watching on other platforms, please be sure to hit that follow button on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X/Twitter. Please show some love. That would be amazing. Okay? That would be amazing. Of course, hit that join button down below. Please become a member. All right. Support the channel if you can. Of course, also hit Patreon. Patreon.com/The Pascal Show. That would be amazing as well. You guys are dope. That would be phenomenal. Thank you so much for the support so far. Okay. And we're going to get into this very, very shortly. But as you guys already know, we have been covering and following this particular trial and this case since the day it happened, right? We got Alec Baldwin, I guess, fighting for his innocence, not fighting for his life, because it's not like he's looking at some real, serious time, but he is looking at time behind bars, okay? 18 months to be exact. Now, he is fighting for his rep. He is fighting for his innocence in this involuntary manslaughter trial. Now, he believes that he did not do anything wrong. He says he did not pull the trigger. I want you to remember, he said he did not pull the trigger. But what's interesting, during the opening statements, his team tried to walk that back a little bit. If you don't remember, now he says, or his team claims, it's because he's an actor. He's so method that he can't think about safety of others. This is what his defense team is saying, because he's an actor. And he was busy acting. He was busy doing all that, guys. They didn't mention anything about his claims that he said on national television, actually international, if you really think about it. Once it goes on to the internet, it'd be international. He said on international platforms, on wavelengths, okay, that he did not pull the trigger. And I'm sure he still claims that to this day. But that's not what his team says. They say it's because he's an actor. Sure. He is being on trial because of taking the life of a very talented cinematographer, Helena Hutchins. Okay. Now, I want you guys to remember Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. She is the armorer. It's funny that this photo even exists, to be completely honest. Okay. It's just so wild that this photo even exists. Let me show you guys the photo that I'm talking about. Splat out. Okay. This photo actually exists, which is really crappy because of everything that we're like, how we're looking at things now, right? This is just a really crappy. This is really bad, right? But she's the armorer. Okay. She was tried and convicted, found guilty in her involvement in the unaliving of Helena Hutchins. She's the one who was the first person to have the weapon in her hand. Her responsibility is to make sure not only that the actor gets the right gun, but that the weapon is safe. Whether it's a live round, a dummy round, or if it's an empty chamber, they are supposed to let people know whether or not the gun is hot or if the gun is cold. She didn't do that. In fact, she told the second AD, who also, okay, has actually, he was the first one to just admit guilt. Okay, he was the first one to admit guilt. And from my understanding, he did not actually go see the inside of the courtroom, if I'm correct, as far as fighting for his life, right? Fighting for his innocence, right? But she told this man, cold gun. He took it. He took her word for it, walked over to Alec Baldwin, said cold gun, handed him the gun, and then Alec Baldwin had it in his hand. They were marking a shot, and the gun allegedly went off. And he says it basically went off by itself. The trigger was not pulled. That's what he claims. Yet now we don't hear that so much, at least in the opening statements. We didn't hear that so much from his team. They just say his job was to act. It's not his job to make sure that the gun is cold or hot. This is a part that I disagree on. And I know a lot of other people feel some type of way about this. Some people say, no, this is his responsibility as well. He has, he has a pew pew in his hand. When you have a weapon in your hand that is that kind of, that has, uh, 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 that is as lethal as a gun like that. One, you don't even point an empty, a cold or a empty gun, okay, or a gun without bullets towards anyone anyway. That there's a certain level of safety and concern and care that should be happening whenever you are handling a pew pew. This is not allegedly what the prosecution is saying. This is not what he actually did. Apparently, he was being reckless with his weapons and all that as well. Not only was it Hannah Gutierrez-Reed being reckless, it was also him being reckless. Some people believe it's his fault. Me, I don't know about all that. For me, I feel that there is some level of accountability. The weapon was in his hand, and the weapon went off when it was in his hand. There is no argument about that. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Okay, it's going to be very interesting to see that he's now coming in. Let's see if he just gets up and bolts out the door again. which is absolutely crazy to me. But it is interesting, right? That he is what he is claiming. And I know that there's another side that believes, hey, it's not his fault. Someone came up to him, told him what the gun was, said the gun was empty or the gun was cold, and that he took it at face value, trusted him, and let it be what it is, and then the accident happened, right? But I tell you what, I feel like if this is not standard procedure on movie sets, it should be standard procedure on movie sets from this point on. That no matter what, you check the chamber. In fact, they had the audacity to say, "Look at Hilaria, looking all Spanish." But they had the audacity. The defense team had the audacity to literally sit there and say, "Nah, um, if he went to check the chamber after the second AD told him that the gun was cold, that would have been insulting." Say what? How is it insulting? Like, please, someone explain this to me. How is it insulting to just double, triple, quadruple check? You are handing someone a weapon, and that person is not even, it's not like the chamber was open and he's saying cold gun and he hands it to him. That should be standard procedure. At least that's how I was taught. It's standard procedure. You have the chamber open and you hand it over to them, and they see it with their own two eyes as well to make sure, yes, without a shadow of a doubt, this gun is cold. But that didn't happen. He just took the word of his AD, and I understand trusting someone. I get that. Trusting your teammate, trusting your crew, and all that. I get that piece. But it's just standard procedure. All right, it's empty. Cool. Just check it. How are you being offensive? How are you offending someone just double checking? I just think it's kind of, it's ridiculous, it's reckless, it's stupid. And like I said, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is going to be taking the stand at some point today. I'm very interested to see. I'm very interested to see what comes out of her mouth. I'm wondering if she's going to move the goalpost as much as she can. I know that her dad, has been on interviews recently, basically saying she is a scapegoat. They have turned her into the whipping boy. That this is not entirely her fault. Actually, in fact, it isn't her fault. This is what the father says, and I get it. That's his pride and joy. That's his baby. Support as much as you can, right? Be as supportive and be as But at the same time, when somebody makes a mistake, they make a mistake, and that mistake was big. All right. Like I said, it's just so odd. Again, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all y'all like tuning in and being a part of the show today. It really does mean a lot because I was a little nervous. I'm like, oh man, no one's going to be watching this because I missed yesterday's type thing. You know what I mean? But I had to do that. You know what I mean? I had things to do. You know what I mean? I had to bust a move. All right. But still, I don't know. It's very very interesting. Then of course also on top of that, if you look at the amount of stuff that's going on, um, how what we heard not in yesterday's trial, but what we heard as far as like the amount of live bullets and how it was all mixed up. We saw the cart, like basically her workstation, and how it was just an absolute mess. There was no organization at all whatsoever, you know? And I keep wondering what actually happened here, right? Was she kicking it? Were they kicking it too hard? Were they having a grand old time over there? Was it summer camp, basically, that kind of mentality, where things were a lot more lackadaisical, a lot more lax and chill? I am quite curious about that, you know?
Take testimony from her. She can step out before
Ooh,
you. Sure.
Oh, I know what it is. One second, y'all. They
One
haven't
thing
started
I
yet.
want to alert the court to, and I'm
9 seconds.
going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickus to address the court on the
Oh,
motion.
okay,
It's
fine.
just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But, I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that
Okay.
the cameras are catching it, or she's signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And,
What is that?
you know, I really.
Did you look to see
Hold on,
if that
guys.
was
I'm
true?
sorry.
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is a high pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues
There we go.
than I have ever
Okay.
seen.
Now I got it. Let's rock and roll.
It was at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, you know, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, you know, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. You know, the grand jury, you know, survived, you know, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, you know, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And it's just at a certain point, and the Brady just,
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we had the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we've limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, all right. I am aware of what you're saying, but look, first I have to see the picture, okay? Now, let's go to the arguments of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you can, you know, show me what you're talking about. And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the,
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
of course,
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bag. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Are
ahead.
you guys hearing an echo?
All right, go ahead.
may I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Hold on, guys. Are you guys hearing an echo? Because this is all, I mean, unless Nicole B is behind, echo has been fixed, from my understanding.
His effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Helena Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez-Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Miss Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Miss Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fell dropped it off. He then picked some up, and he went with Seth Kenney to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenney, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenney then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Helena Hutchins. Miss Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenney called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez-Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenney, angry with Hannah, on the license, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close. We know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe, sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor.
Wow. Okay.
We don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where a criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. The continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. The continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again.
Wow.
And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, you said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor.
Wow.
That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 5501 requires. As Your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Ms. Morrissey?
Wow. What just happened here? What? Yeah, the giggity goo and the giggity, the giglio. Wow. It's not going to happen. She's not going to just stop it. Dismiss the trial. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, y'all. That is not going to happen. He said dismiss the trial, like just court adjourned. It's done because of prosecution's lack and their sketchy ways, I guess.
Absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors.
Wow.
I'll walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live .45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. everything that I want you to know, on Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look, and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds. They go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kinney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it, they send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kinney. So I want to show you when Seth Kinney is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to. He reaches out to Teskey because he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay. And he sends to Seth Kinney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kinney. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant, as she should. I come into this case. I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, It's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then let's cut to November of 2023. We do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teskey and she said, hey, you know, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, well, Mr. Bowles was there. So this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us. So there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday. So this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our discovery server. And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet. When he is ultimately indicted, everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server, that he downloaded it onto that hard drive, and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to.
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teskey, if the court wants to know the reason that
Judge don't play.
actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchins died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teskey had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case. It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it. If the court, let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about the transcript of Mr. Teskey's pretrial interview is he does not say, this is the same ammunition that killed Helena Hutchins. He says, that's what Seth Kenney told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kenney countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teskey indicated during his pretrial interview that he had no personal knowledge of whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth. The only way that this has, on the best of days, for this to be relevant information for even Ms. Gutierrez, it's not at all relevant to Mr. Baldwin, but even for Ms. Gutierrez, it has to actually have some exculpatory value. And you can tell from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, Hannah Gutierrez, when she was working on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kenney a text message. And in that text message, she said, is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns? And Seth Kenney responded and said, no, don't do that. Mm-hmm. In fact, what he says is, it always ends in tears.
Oh,
it did this time. Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun. She points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use. And it was a spot-on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested, because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it again. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not, so.
She didn't call anybody.
Okay.
I can, if the court.
It is your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do on your presentation.
I'll do it then. We'll take evidence. If my offer of proof isn't enough, I'm happy to put witnesses up.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word. Not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.
Well, I don't know if it's, well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there won't be multiple lawyers involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened that.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Nikas.
I'll be very brief, Your Honor.
Okay, famous last words.
If this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it, the fact that they put it under a separate document number, didn't disclose the supplemental report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing. If it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't. 5501 says it's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record in his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant, period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing, what Ms. Moore is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility. It goes to the government's bias, improper motivation, and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Popple's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned in by Teskey, a subset. He said he shot a bunch of rounds in those 2 years. The picture was only of 4. This is critical evidence, Your Honor. And whether Seth Kenney is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant, because what we know is we don't have those bullets and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision. Fairness. And that's all we've wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance. And there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it. Giglio says it. 5501 requires it.
Wow. They really don't want Hannah.
And we can take testimony later if you all want, but I'm going to require that the state, in fact, I'm going to order that the state by 11:30 this morning produce the supplemental report, the file itself and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I respond?
I'm
real
not
quick?
finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Popple took from Mr. Teskey.
I want the court to understand that last night, the defense reached out to Ms. Popple and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message. And then they reached out to her again and said, no, never mind. We don't want you to bring the rounds to
Thank
court
you, Ms.
tomorrow.
Morrissey.
I
Thank
got
you,
them.
Ms. Morrissey.
I have them.
I don't, okay, where are they?
They're here. I'll go get them.
All right.
Wow. Wow. Okay. I want to make
Well,
okay.
actually, I
Wow.
want testimony from Ms. Popple on how she retrieved those. So I don't need the box, tell her. I need Popple.
Wow. Wow. Okay. 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 It was a bit confusing. I'm gonna be real, guys. That was a little bit confusing because it was just like this bullet and that bullet and this and this, and then we took photos and we realized that it wasn't even worth using for this, that, and the third. Like it's kind of like it kind of spins off the planet. But the fact that they're saying, hold on, let me mute this if she's not talking. Because I got echo whenever I play this. But what's interesting about this is that the judge is now, the judge is being fair. The judge, if they did not present information or the evidence to, I guess she's going back up. Hold on.
Please raise your right hand.
That's interesting.
Affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone. I would like to read the report. May I see the report?
Yes.
Here it is. At least having some sort of transparency, I get. Apparently, there was some evidence that was not given to what the defense had. They're saying that it was not given to prosecution. So prosecution's basically saying like, hey, they're trying to hide some information. They're trying to hide something that could, that could maybe exonerate Alec. Okay. Or it shows that there is some sort of corruption going on within the state, with prosecution. And I mean, I get it, but this is very, very interesting. And yeah, the judge is aggravated, I'm sure, because it's like, okay, well, you know, if they're trying to, if there's a possibility of someone trying to slip something past them or do a fast one on the judge, that would piss a judge off too. That would piss any judge off. Like, what are you holding that could make or break your case, right? Or could break your case. Let's just say that, you know, break your argument. Now, if I mix that up, let me just repeat this again. Defense is claiming that the prosecution, if I mess that up, I apologize. So I'm going to repeat this again. The defense is saying that the prosecution had some, I guess, some evidence, some other material, the items and things for this trial that they did not put into give to the defense. Okay. And so, of course, the defense is sitting there going, well, wait, why would prosecution hide this or hold this from us? That's not right. Okay. We need, as Zenny just said, we need full transparency. We've given them what we have. You guys are supposed to be giving us everything that you have. And apparently they were not giving their discovery. Thank you so much, George Thomas. All right. They were asking for all of it and they didn't get it. So that's very interesting. Okay. That's why they're saying this should be, you know, you need to dismiss this trial, so on and so forth. And now she's reading the report that she never apparently, the judge never ever got. And that's why they're bringing back Proppel. I think that's her last name, bringing this individual back because, you know, there's some reports here that are not, that she was involved in that have not been presented to the court, which, of course, is a big problem, right? So she's getting down to the bottom of it. Oh, okay. But I'd be angry too. I'd be very, very angry too if I was a judge. And I get it. You know what I mean? This may be the first time in a second here that I'm looking at the defense going, okay, you know, I get it. You know, even if it is, you know, a technicality, but it's a big technicality. If they're withholding information, if they're withholding discovery, that's bad, right? And it all has to do with the bullets. So it's interesting, right? Let's see.
Can I open this, Martine?
Yeah. Long story short, this is not a good look for prosecution at all. It is not. Yep. It could ruin their credibility. It shows that maybe there's something else going on here, you know, or there could potentially be something else going on here. You know, and that's not what you want in a trial. You want it to be fair, unbiased, and let the jury come up with their own conclusion, right? With their own conviction.
A separate
All right.
area.
I'm going to have you.
Wow.
This is unusual.
Yes,
but
it
if you
is.
all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down, and when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it. Judge.
Okay,
Sure.
so I just need you to have.
Man. I guess that's a
There you
bag
go,
full
right
of
there.
bullets.
And you all.
Wow, this is so wild. What are we watching here? What are we watching here, ladies and germs?
What I do. Can you move that?
What the F?
All right, please pull out the 3 Starline brass 45 Colt. This sort of color. You need to refer to.
Sounds getting a little hot. All right, let me turn that down just a tiny bit. The circus has begun. Dun, 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 dun. This is insane. Which one is a bullet? Which one is not? Right?
Let's do the 2 DHA 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
What the? What is going on?
Take your time.
Oh, the judge is super sassy. She don't play. Judge Sommer, she don't play, man.
Well, that's your opinion. Thank you.
I bet you she's the kindest, most gentlest, biggest sweetheart when she's not in the courtroom. I guarantee you that. Probably bakes on the weekends for fun.
Those will be 2 BHA 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
Yes, Judge.
Listens to nothing but yacht rock on the weekends. Smokes hella weed on the weekends. I'm just kidding. But oh my Lord.
One CBC 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
That would be this one.
All right. Three DHA 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
These three.
Enya, sail away, sail away, sail away. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know. Wow.
One Winchester 45 Colt. I don't know if you need the Winchester.
That one.
2 Winchester 45 Colt.
It's silver with brass primer, silver casing.
Okay.
I mean, for me, when I hear
45 Colt.
got a fruit fly in here,
10 Starline brass 45 Colt.
man, it's so doggone loud. Dag nap.
So, do we
We're
have
gonna turn that down a little
close
bit
by? Or can you pick up? Can you pick this
again.
up? Are you picking it up? My question.
We've got one here.
All right. So, point out to me. Let me ask you this.
This is crazy.
Did Ziegler tested the rounds in the Hannah Gutierrez case, correct?
Yes.
He didn't test any further rounds after the Hannah Gutierrez case?
No.
Okay. In the Hannah Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey. Please stop.
We sent all of the.
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez, on the rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set went to Ziegler?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions, but I'll certainly allow some.
Man,
I don't know if you want to be there with her or what.
If she could take the witness chair.
she's not playing, cabrón. She do not play. Let's go.
Good morning again. I'm just going to pass the witness up, because we're not fully set up, the copy of the spent shell casing
that was recovered on the scene, bro. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court?
Yes, it's Starline Brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense, though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the Rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case that's under the Rust investigation case number, you would agree with me there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of Rust.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well, let me take a step back for a second just to make something clear. Investigator Popple, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, how would you? I apologize.
Crime scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that because it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Perfect. Okay, CST Popple. When you took the, you're effectively following orders when you're deciding whether to voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenny evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher, and I'm not sure what context you're using it.
Yeah, I apologize for that word choice also. When you inventory and make a report, I think your testimony is you're doing it at the direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenny walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all inventoried it, right?
Yes.
You took photos of it, right?
Yes.
You put it under the Rust case number, right?
Yes.
You turned it over to the defense, right?
According to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Somebody else comes in to the precinct, okay? A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Yes.
Who was a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later after a trial that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, right? Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, and then walked it into the precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
So he turns this round in, and you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Starline brass, nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in A whole bunch of shells.
Okay, but he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenney. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kenney.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You know, the other thing that you're saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition, and now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you've also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's just this guy, Troy Teskey, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teskey and his involvement in this case was very well known to law enforcement, correct?
I had never heard his name before.
Okay, but he came in and he said, I'm here to give evidence about the Rust case, right?
He stated that he had evidence the defense had wanted and he no longer wanted to hang on to it.
Well,
And he was the one using the word evidence.
okay. You said to him when you met him down at the first floor of the precinct, you were called because you were the evidence, the person in charge of the evidence, the CST, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, thank goodness it's you. You're the perfect person to take this because you know all about the Rust case. And you said, I know all about the Rust case, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny that?
No.
Okay. And then he said to you, this ammunition was in Seth Kenney's possession. And you said Seth Kenney's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenney, right?
I don't recall that.
Wow.
So you take this.
Is that
ammunition-
hearsay or is that documented?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I am not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So do you want to take your answer back? that you
Yes,
gave
I
a minute
do.
ago?
I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can
Thank
enter that
you.
into evidence. In this case, many times there are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy. I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
I think he's hard of hearing, guys. That's the earpiece.
Yeah,
He's hard of hearing.
a month later, right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened during that month? CST Papa.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month. No.
Okay. Who was involved in the word choice in this report?
Myself.
You didn't have any input because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay. And so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You are reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were at CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither. So you're, if you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this you filled out versus the lieutenant.
The section that starts at the top with my name.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
After this occurred, did this cause you concern, CST Popple, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
Yes, this is live.
And as I asked you yesterday, you actually said when you were meeting with Mr. Teskey, this is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the Rust set, didn't you?
I don't recall stating that.
But you're not denying that.
I'm not denying.
So I don't know whether the most critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Miss Hutchins. It probably is the round that killed Miss Hutchins. Would you agree with that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your
Sure.
long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the two most critical items in this case from an evidentiary perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay. And then we can turn to this second most
I
critical
don't know.
of evidence in this case.
I don't recall.
This was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay. Were you in the precinct when the evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this voucher sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
The request from the defense of all ammunition was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Which was a perfect plan.
You're asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm saying whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence from Rust. That is the evidence that was pulled.
Well, your report says this is evidence.
Perfect plan.
And it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant then writes that sentence in saying this isn't evidence from Rust, right?
My report states that Mr. Teskey believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started my examination of you yesterday, how I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, oh, you better pick up that glove, you don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man. And you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it under case number.
Yes, as I was instructed to do so.
Finish up so that Ms. Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time. So I will pass the witness.
Hamburger.
In a moment. 1 second, Rose. Oh, and I asked you this yesterday, but I want to ask again, which is, you told Mr. Teskey that you would write up a report because of how important this was the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, though, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further. For the record, that was State's Exhibit 29 that showed the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation. but
Defend, is it a court exhibit or just marked as defense? It's just,
I think it's, well, since I started it, are you okay with court's exhibit?
that's fine with me. And I think it gets confused.
However you want to handle it.
All right, court's exhibit what?
Come on.
All right, thank you. And it is, any objection?
No,
Any-
certainly not.
Go ahead.
If I can just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kinney on his way over. He'll be here any minute. We intend to take testimony from him. I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles. Judge, I have to make a record, though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
The issue is the disclosure,
I
okay?
understand.
All right, so,
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for,
well, we don't have time for this. So what I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case. And then this portion, just like you did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up. You can move Seth Kenny up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
So here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response.
I never saw these. I've never seen these, and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until this
So ask
morning.
questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses, and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
Ms. Popple, I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these, or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thel Reed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
they rolled around for 3 years. Okay. If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence, that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Wow.
And has she been convicted for that?
Yes,
Is this evidence that Seth Kinney provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
no.
So let me ask you, Ms. Popple, if you buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but we'd like to take additional testimony.
Thought I had one more question.
Hamburger.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you?
I don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
All right.
right? Never mind. Okay. So you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out, or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept. Obviously.
Well, okay, well, so it'll be Courts Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be a court exhibit since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Courts 12. And my only question is, do you want them back in the, do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be at the courthouse so we can, yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the.
No, this is my question.
Yes,
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there, and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this, what's this, okay? So do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag? That's all. That's my question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they are open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately. Okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CST Popple to put it back and capture them, but remain at the courthouse. That's what I would ask.
All right. Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay? I'm going to.
And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenny, and I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a witness.
Okay, well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and he would. Well, you said actually. I'm now thinking why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to.
They're not going to hear.
Hearing.
Okay, I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have? Is this a problem? So, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So this is why I want to do it this way. Okay. I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes. You're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure.
This is very interesting. And of course, they got to get it right, understandably. But this is just, man, this is crazy, guys. This is crazy. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm a bit like. So solely because of, I mean, of course of course Alec looks annoyed. You know what I mean? I'd be annoyed too. I mean, it's kind of like, does this add another day to this whole thing? I mean, I know that she's trying to expedite things pretty quickly, the judge, but at the same time, like, I'm kind of curious as to like, this is weird. Okay. And I'm wondering, are they going to recess until 3? Like that's the other thing I'm kind of curious about as well. What are they going to be doing, from this point on? Are they going to bring in, are they going to continue, or does the judge need to go through the documents and stuff like that? And same with the defense. I know that they were kind of like combing through it, like live, like shooting from the hip, and just maybe not the best phrase to use for this trial, but you know what I mean? Just like kind of going with the flow and just trying to go with it. But it just seems, it seems like a mess. That was messy. That was very, very messy in my personal opinion. Or it's still messy. And I see a lot of you guys saying the same. Like, I'm just looking over here right now and I'm seeing this is bad. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading some of you guys' stuff. But yeah, this is very interesting. Do they take a big break and then come back, right? So that they can get all their affairs in order, because it seems like they need to get their affairs in order. It seems very much super disorganized now. And the thing is that you also got to remember this is going to be seen in front of the jury as well, right? So this doesn't help. This doesn't help at all, man. Oh man. Yeah, and then the other part that I saw here too, he said something along the lines of a perfect plan. He's like, so yeah, it's the perfect plan. And, of course, Popple is sitting there like, I have no idea what you're talking about, like what perfect plan, it's almost like they're trying to grab at this other opportunity to add something along the lines of, oh, there's some sort of corruption involved in this situation. And in my personal opinion, I mean, I don't know if that's on Popple. You see what I'm saying? I just don't see that. Let me mute this really quick because it echoes like crazy whenever I have that unmuted. But I find that very interesting. And also, Seth Kenney, right? Seth Kenney, who is the, I guess he's one of the people that works, or I guess the head of the PDQ arm and props company. Okay. He's the one who was actually handing over the multiple rounds to Popple. It, like I said, it's very interesting that they're trying to kind of how they're angling this, right? How defense is angling this. I don't think it's some sort of perfect plan. I don't think it's some sort of wild setup or cover up or some sort of conspiracy theory. I just don't think that. There might have been some incompetence. There might be some things that weren't done properly, like like what prosecution's doing. They dropped the ball this morning. That's pretty bad. The fact that and also huge shout out to the defense for catching that and going in and saying, hey, no, they done mucked up, and we're going to tell you how they mucked up. It's right here. Okay, we're not here to play, so quit mucking it up. But man, oh man, what an interesting freaking trial. What an interesting trial, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say, guys? We're gonna see how this goes, but like I said, this is not good. I am going to blow this up. I mean, yeah, I'm really curious as to what is going to be the next step.
Tell Steve to bring the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Jury's coming in. Some crazy stuff, y'all.
Calling the jury.
Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
I'm after I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good 20 minutes or half an hour even. Okay?
Wow.
Just want to settle.
Are you bringing him in right now?
Yes, he's calling him in.
Okay.
She needs to go listen to some Enya. Yeah. Sail away, sail away, sail away. Now that just makes me think of a girl with the dragon tattoo. If you don't know the song that I just sang, or if you don't know what I'm talking about, the song is in there and it's a pretty wild situation. That's all I'm going to say. Sail away, sail away, sail away. She needs to go into her office, knit a little bit, you know what I mean? Plan out what she's baking tonight. You feel me? I just hope she does something to make her relax. So as we wait. Jury comes in.
All right, you may be seated. We're on the record. Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm sorry. Trials are fluid.
Wow.
It's not something we predicted. Okay. So if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Monday.
It's been a longer week than usual. Okay. So Monday. Okay. So have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence here received here in court. Don't read any accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
Just like that. Dang. Wow. I guess not so much for the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed testimony today. I guess that's been put on hold until Monday. This is crazy. Yeah, no Hannah today. You know what I mean? No Benihana.
If you were still on the record, can Ms. Popple gather this while we're on break?
We're just going to photograph it. Actually.
All right, and then can she gather it on break?
Sure.
Well, she needs to stay in the courthouse or be close by. Okay, thank you. We are in recess.
Wow. Well, that's kind of interesting. Okay. That's very, very interesting. So I am curious, what is going to be the rest of the day? Are they going to be just bringing in more of these individuals and just talking on these, man, I'm quite curious as to what's going to be happening next here. I don't think anybody saw that coming. Sushi. I didn't see that coming at all. Like this came out of nowhere, y'all. I'm a bit surprised about it. So I am kind of curious as to what they're going to be doing for the rest of this today, for the rest of today, because it's, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So what say you guys? What are your thoughts on this? Comment, please. Let me know what you guys are thinking, because I am This is weird. Okay. SW says, not going to lie. But if I was on the jury, I would go home and watch what happened on court TV. You know what? Yeah. You know what I mean? And shout out to court TV for providing this in courtroom feed, because I wish all trials did this. You know what I mean? Like the Courtney Clenny trial that hopefully shows up at some point. The Alexis, it's Alexis, I think, Alexia Treviso. That trial, you know what I mean? Like the kid who had the baby in the hospital toilet, in the hospital bathroom, and then discarded the baby in the trash can. Like there's so many trials that I just hope that we keep getting inside, like an inside look at those things. You know what I mean? Just to be completely real. What we just witnessed here, guys, is something that is, from my understanding, not normal. And it's not like I watch a whole lot of trials on this show, but we've seen enough to realize that what the defense pointed out about the prosecution shows some real organizational problems with the prosecution. This is bad. They were asked to present things that they did not present. In fact, it almost seems as if they just kind of shoved it to the side and just said, "Oh, you don't need to look at that." And of course, the defense is sitting here going like, prosecution is hiding information, and that stuff needs to be presented. There's other evidence, and there's photographs of this evidence that's not being brought in, that was not presented to the defense, right? Now, someone asked me, or someone asked in the chat, what is giglio? Okay, so what does giglio mean exactly, right? So let me pull this up so you guys can see. And this is just a quick Google search, okay? But this is what they say what giglio is. A giglio or Brady list is a list compiled usually by a prosecutor's office or a police department containing the names and details of law enforcement officers who have had sustained incidents of untruthfulness, criminal convictions, candor. Hold on. Candor issues and some other type of issue placing their credibility into question. Okay, so I'm going to repeat that again. A giglio or Brady list is a list compiled usually by a prosecutor's office or a police department containing the names of and details of law enforcement officers who have had sustained incidents of untruthfulness, criminal convictions, candor issues, or some other type of issue placing their credibility into question. Now, I just clicked this. It says, does giglio apply to civilians? Okay. Are only law enforcement officers subject to giglio disclosure? No. The rules around giglio-related disclosures apply to anyone who is a witness in a case. Let's take a look at this. So what they were saying earlier, they were sitting there going, "Hey, what the problem is that we have a whole bunch of stuff that the prosecution has that they have not presented. We want those things," and they're saying that those things were, I guess, they were violating the Brady and Giglio. Like I said, it's something that I'm kind of curious to see. I don't normally do this kind of stuff, but I'm going to do it anyway because I'm hoping that there's a law tuber out here that could be explaining this right now. So I'm going to check something out. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm pulling something up so I can. I'm going to see what other friends of ours are saying right now too, because let's see what. I'm curious as to hear what Emily D. Baker has to say about this too.
Weird.
We sent all of the.
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these
And the
types
judge is questioning the
of,
witness.
bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez on the Rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set,
The witness just said, while looking at those bullets, the silver primer Starline brass are similar to what was collected from the set of Rust.
went to Ziegler.
Yes.
All right.
And
thank you.
those-
I don't have any further questions.
And
but
those got sent out to be tested. Those were sent to Ziegler. Nothing else. So that is very interesting.
I don't know if you want to be there with her or what.
Maybe she could take the witness chair.
And I don't blame this judge for being absolutely just angry and annoyed right now, because this pushes the whole trial back probably a day, because it depends on what they cover and what they handle today, right? It depends on what they handle and cover up throughout the rest of the day. It could be completely munged. The whole day could be completely munged. I don't know. But hold on, I'm going to check out Runkle of the Day. Hold on. Runkle of the Bailey, I'm sorry. Hold on. See what he says, because I know he's pretty, he is pretty, because Emily D. Baker, one thing that I love about her is she'll pause and she goes through it, right? So she's very, very much behind, because she's pausing and explaining everything as it all is going bit by bit, right? So let's hear what Runkle has to say here. Oh boy. Hold on.
Need an investigation as to like interference with the trial, etc. But you have to cross-reference it. This needed to be looked up. This needed to go to the defense.
I'm going to move it back a little bit.
This is when you've got this going on. How do you just go ahead? So, motion.
Monday. The courthouse would be close by. Okay, thank you. We are in recess.
Okay. Let's hear
This
what he has
is
to say real quick.
Huge, folks. This is insane. As the thing goes, I didn't have this on my bingo card. Somebody says recap just got here, or whoop. Where somebody, I missed it in the chat, it scrolled. Recap just got here. So the defense is bringing a motion to have this case tossed because the prosecution failed to disclose information about a good Samaritan, a secret admirer of the case, essentially. There's a there's a good Samaritan, what they've been calling it. This person walks in. Now this person is connected to Thel Reed, and he brings in a bunch of ammunition, and he says, "This is from Seth Kenny. I have ammunition. I have secret info. Here you go. This is Seth Kenny ammunition." And the prosecution never told the defense about this. They just left it out. And this is a big deal because, and the prosecution's like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. None of that ammunition matched the fatal round, so it doesn't matter. And then as it turns out, when they actually brought it into court. It's at least a visual match. And so that creates all sorts of questions. Did the ammo come from Seth Kenny? We don't know. Did it come from Thel Reed? Did it come from... This is such a big deal. You know, we don't know. And like the prosecution is like, we dismissed this because we figured it was just Seth Kenny or Thel Reed trying to mess with the case by giving over some ammo that has nothing to do with things. And I'm going, that is not what we're seeing. That is not what we're hearing. This ammunition was flagged in under a completely different case number. So it doesn't, like if you search the Rust case number, it doesn't come up. Other information comes up, but not this. So this is, this was hidden. This was concealed. This is bizarre. And Popple says, oh, this wasn't hidden. It's like, it feels like it was hidden. So, this might get tossed based on this.
The
It's
trial,
wild.
this
How would this have helped the defense? I mean, in cross-examination of Ms. Popple, they were certainly trying to elicit out a theory that this evidence came from Seth Kenny. It would absolutely be relevant to that. Further, it goes to the credibility of every single cop who's testified. Because it's like, hey, you testified about this. Isn't it true that you had this ammo that you got in afterwards that you totally put in under another case number to hide it from us? That's absolutely going to be a credibility issue. That's absolutely going to be a giant credibility issue for those officers. And at this point, I'm going, how do you run a case if your officers have these huge credibility issues? We're getting into Canton PD territory here. This is a big problem.
Oh boy.
And like, this is a big deal. The judge having this notion initially of like, oh, we're just going to proceed with the trial. I was like, I don't see how you just proceed with the trial when you've got this going on. How do you?
Well, what they're claiming, Nakobe said it wasn't hidden. What they're claiming is that it was under a different, that this was under a different case file, like a case number, that it wasn't even under the same number for this particular case, which is a problem. Now, that could be looked at as like they're trying to hide something, or it could have just been a mistake. You got to remember though, too, and of course, this is just me asking a question, you know, shooting from the dark. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I don't do trials very often or anything of that sort. But I'm wondering if it was an honest mistake that maybe they were under maybe Gutierrez case number, and then they just never changed the numbers, right? They never just, that when they switched on to Alec Baldwin's trial and case, it just didn't get dragged over to Alec Baldwin's case number. That's a possibility. It could be that. But at the same time, if a mistake like that does happen, you know, you can see defense is going to use it and try to, you know, push for something, right? I think it was a mistake. I think it's a technicality. I really don't think that there's corruption, but this is where this is the problem. This is what, as soon as you give somebody an inch, they, you know, as soon as you give them an inch, you know, especially if it's a mistake, you know, they'll take it and they'll wear their tinfoil hat, and suddenly there's Martians on Jupiter. You see what I'm saying? You give them an inch, they'll be saying, you know, JFK wasn't assassinated. You know what I mean? It's just insane, right? And it doesn't mean right or wrong, there could very well be corruption. I don't know. But at the same time, though, what we're hearing from Runkle, of course, what we were just watching briefly from Emily D. Baker, you can see that they're basically saying like this is crazy, this is wild, and this is not normal. This is a not normal moment, right? This is not a normal moment right here. Period. It's not. But nonetheless, though, if you give someone an opportunity to find that weakness, right? That little problem, and it's an opportunity for them to win, they're going to go down that alley. They're going to go down that route as hard as they can. And that's exactly what's happening. If and I don't think the judge is going to do this, but it could happen, as we're hearing from Runkle, right? If the judge decides to just say like, yeah, file, a case dismissed, right? I mean, it's all off of a technicality, literally a technicality, not because he was tried and then he was found, it's not because he was tried and then he was found not guilty, okay, by a jury of his peers. No, it's literally going to be because of a technicality. Imagine that, right? So this is very interesting. This is very, very interesting. Just pull the trial back up because they're going to be getting back up and running again. And it's somebody's birthday. Let me get that before it disappears. Jessica, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I hope it's a great one. Okay, you crazy Cancer. It's Cancer season. Bang, bang. You know what I mean? So, to all you crazy Cancers, happy birthdays. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Okay? But happy birthday. Let me grab this. Let me get this up here. But yeah, that's interesting. And then, of course, on top of that, let's not forget Popple. Marissa Popple, crime scene technician, CT, CST. Marissa Popple was not having it. She was not happy. That was a very not so happy individual. Okay, real talk. She was not happy about that at all. Being brought back up and being questioned about things. She looked more than upset, S-Dubs. She was angry. Just the fact that the way she was responding, the way she was interacting with the defense. Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that long statement? You know what I mean? Like you could tell she was really, really annoyed and frustrated. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty crappy. It was pretty crappy, man. It was crappy, y'all. Okay. I mean, her whole face. And then she started kind of sweating. Didn't she look like she was perspiring a little bit? That little trickle of, of condensation just formulating on her brow. She looked a little heated. You know what I mean? And do we blame her? Do we not? I don't know. That's a question I'd like to have answered at some point here. But I'm going to take a quick break, okay? Because they're going to be back up here soon. I'm wondering what they're going to be doing with the rest of this. For me, it's like, okay, do we watch all the inner workings of everything else, or do we pause and wait for Monday and like when they actually have the jury in and all that? Because the jury, like, court is adjourned for the day. They're gone for the day. So I'm wondering what the next piece is going to be, right? Do we just adjourn as well and then start up Monday? And because there's a bunch of other cases we need to talk about here, for show. So I am kind of curious as to what the next move is here. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I'm wondering. I am wondering. So yeah, because there are some more stories and more conversations to be had. But real quick, I'm going to go use the restroom, and then I will be right back to see what they do. To see what the hell they're going to do next. Okay, so I'll be back. Okay, I'll be right back in just a little bit. Stick around. We're not done yet. All right. Okay. Little potty break, and then I'll be back here to see what they're going to do next. And if it's just kind of like, but I'm wondering if they're bringing in more people, right? If they're bringing in more witnesses to ask them some questions and all that. I don't know what the hell they're going to be doing next here. So stick around. I'll be right back. Going to use the restroom. Be right back.
No, we're not. Where's everybody? All right. Call another witness. We're in the motion hearing.
Detective Hancock.
Your Honor, just can we, I can do it after Detective Hancock.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yes.
So what exactly are they going to do now? What y'all think? Mm-mm-mm. Yes.
Yeah.
They happen to be muted at the moment right now. We are still waiting. I think the judge ain't having it though. You can see it in just her composure, how she's, just the body language says like she ain't having it. This is not good, right? The prosecution really screwed up. Like they really, really dropped the ball big time on this stuff because it's their responsibility to have all their paperwork in order, all those case orders, etc., on point. Yes, it could be a mistake, but that mistake could mean a whole trial, right? And now we're seeing with our own two eyes that exact thing. A technicality could literally derail this entire case. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild, guys. So we are still waiting. So, quick question. What was that all about? Defense comes back in. You got Alec Baldwin suddenly like going over to wifey. And I get it that he's a free man. I mean, he's not locked up or anything, so he can go over to his wife. But I thought that was interesting, right? It's like, what was the exchange going on? You know what I mean? It's so odd, right? So I'm wondering what is going on. Do they know something that the rest of us don't know? Like, is this judge going to literally like dismiss this trial or no? I mean, it's like I said, it's a big mistake. This is a very, 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 very big mistake on the prosecution side. Huge mistake. This is no bueno. This is no bueno, guys. I am quite curious as to what's going to happen here. What is going to be the next step here? And if they do, wow, like if they do dismiss, I will be shooketh. I'm going to keep it a buck. I will be shooketh. But then at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked because it's look at this, all that stuff that they got that they're bringing in, you know. And then, of course, you know, does that mean? I mean, it's dismissed, so then it would be what, a retrial? So then we go through all this stuff again, a couple months later, 6 months later, a year later, God knows how long. I'm very curious. Very curious. Again, what defense found, it's not like they're making it up. But the thing is you got to remember, prosecution's also saying that there isn't a Brady or Giglio violation, that they did give this information. But then it's interesting that prosecution even also said, oh, this is something I've never seen before. Oh, this paperwork, I didn't see this. I didn't have this before. It's like, wait a second, what? It's very interesting, right? It's weird. She's like, I just learned the Spanish word for poop. It's caca. That's what she just whispered in Alec Baldwin's ear just now. I just learned the Spanish word for poop. It's caca. Anyway, just having a little fun. It's very interesting, like she's trying to sound like I don't know, what's her name? Penelope Cruz or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm just playing. I'm sorry. But I thought no. I thought that is the Spanish a Spanish curse word, S-dubs, isn't it? Isn't mierda? Isn't that for ish? Isn't that the curse word for ish? Yeah, because there's merde, right? And that is the French slang for ish, right? The French curse word for ish, right? So interesting. No, caca. Okay. Yeah, I know it's French. So yeah, I'm wondering what's going on now, man? Like, what is going on? Okay, so guys, go to the poll. I see 75 votes so far. Let's get it to 100 votes. All right. What do you think? Do you think Judge Sommer is going to dismiss this trial, or do you think we are going to continue? Get it in now, because I'm going to be ending it very, very shortly. Okay. Let me see what they're gonna do now. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see what they do. Jury is walking in, or no, not jury. I'm sorry. They've been what's the word? Adjourned for the day. My bad. So what is going on here then? What's going on here, man? What's going on? What's going on? What is going on? What the? So the judge left. I guess she had to go pee. Maybe she had to leave. Maybe she had to pee. Maybe she's like, if all these mother lovers, you know what I mean? Because if I were her, I'd be pissed too. I'm gonna keep it real. I'd be very upset. I'd be mad as hell. Okay. Because, I mean, let's be real. All of this work, all of this time, all of this prep, all of this, right? And it's been an interesting week, right? It's been an interesting 3 days. Man, we in the third day, mother lovers. Okay, we in the third mother loving day, and we're already hamburger. We're in the third mother loving day. We're not even like we. You got to be honest. I got to be real. Their time, okay, because they're an hour behind me. Okay, they literally haven't even gotten to half the day today, and it's already a cluster F. Okay, like I said, Hilaria probably learned a new Spanish word for poop because this has gone to poop. Caca. Okay, so this is bad. Okay. Well, I know. I'm wondering the same thing, Catherine. Where they go? It's like you look down for 2 seconds. You look up. Wait. Where they be at? What happened though? What happened? Okay. Even my camera's like, how dare you play this? How dare you play this? I dare not be a part of this. But listen, this is. This is some wild stuff. I'm wondering. Yeah, we got 5 more votes on the poll. So please get your ass to the poll and put in your thoughts in your vote. Okay. Do you think she's going to dismiss this or not? She walked away. Why did she leave? Right? You know, it is nuck and futs. It's most definitely nuck and futz. This whole thing is nuck and futz. I mean, what the heck is going on? Because this is nuck and futz. What's going on? Okay. Maybe judge is closing shop for the day and recovering Monday. You know, like she's probably going, ooh, wait. These are the cookies I'm making this weekend. You know, macadamia nuts, white chocolate, chips, you know, put like a little shot of Hennessy in it for a little kick. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why I just said that. I mean, has anybody baked with Hennessy in their baking? I'm curious, guys. I don't bake, so just asking for a friend. But let me know, because I will try it. Okay. I don't bake. I cook. I'm a cook. I don't bake. Okay. But see, yeah, cookies. See, now I'm contemplating everything. Did I choose the right thing to do today? Or should I be in there making Hennessy laced cookies right now? You know? Learn how to bake some chocolate chip cookies. You know? Oh, there's rum cake. You're right. There is rum cake. But not Hennessy. That sounds, I mean, it doesn't sound I don't know. Does that sound delicious? Does that sound good? Does that sound like it even tastes good? I'm just curious, right? Rum is, rum will work. There's rum, like rum raisin ice cream, that kind of thing, But that's something interesting. Something to think about, though, for those of you guys who like to bake. Watch you guys going in, I've never had a Hennessy before, but you're trying it to bake something, Look at me helping you get more cultured out there. You're welcome. You're welcome. But still, yeah, I mean, it does kind of, doesn't it? Kind of? It might be disgusting. I don't know. It just depends on how why are we talking about baking? Yeah, it's because of the judge. Back to the case, okay? Back to the trial. Listen, this is some weird and crazy stuff. Let's keep it real, okay? They are claiming a Giglio/Brady violation. They believe that there were certain things that were withheld from the defense, okay, and the prosecution. And my thing is how did they get this in the first place? How did prosecution get this information in the first place? Let's remember that, or let's find out about that. How did they suddenly go, yeah, we didn't get these photos and they were a part of the whole case, but they were under a different case number. Sup with that, defense? You must dismiss, Your Honor. Drop the mic, walk off the stage. And I'm curious as to how did they get the information? Where did they find this, right? Where did they find this information so that they could actually present this in court today? I guess a little birdie told him, showed up and goes, hey, here's some information that you don't know. Plop. It's weird, right? Very, very unprecedented, very weird, very odd. And I feel like we keep saying that over and over and over again, because it is very odd. But it shows proof positive that the prosecution, that the state mucked it up. The other thing, too, is that let's not forget, police and prosecution, this is just something y'all should know. And just a quick reminder, police and prosecution, oh, wow, they return it. They're coming back in 15 doggone minutes. What the flim flarm filth? All right. As I was saying, I think it's very interesting it's very important to remember that prosecution and law enforcement work together. They work together, okay? So whatever prosecution and law enforcement have for this particular trial, should have been brought up and presented to the defense so that they know what's going on and so on and so forth. Defense needs to do the same thing as well, right? And now they're sitting here saying, wait a second, you didn't present this stuff. But prosecution's sitting here saying, well, we didn't get that. We didn't get that information. We didn't see this information. They're claiming they did not see this information, that they did not get this information, which is weird to me. So are they making stuff up? Are they lying? Or no? But this, to me, this is so weird, guys. It's weird. And of course, they're going, hey, the prosecution done mucked up, and then, prosecution's claiming something completely different. Boy. And then, of course, you got to remember that now for the rest of the day, for the rest of their time, at least, they are going to be cross-examining people. And like, it's all this preliminary crap, which unfortunately, like I said earlier, sets them all the way back a whole day. So instead of this being a, 8-day trial, it ends up being an 11, maybe 12-day trial. Unless they really condense all the witnesses that they have planned to be on the to take the stand. You want to see the list? I have the list right here. Okay, this is what the state of New Mexico's final witness list is. At least, so this is very interesting. Okay, let me share this with you while we wait a spell. Now, I don't know everybody's names. Okay, so these are all kind of new to me. All right, but we can take a look at this, and 55% of you guys, because I have 124 votes in the chat right now, or in the poll right now, and 55% of you guys say no, she's not going to declare, or she's not going to dismiss this trial. So far, I haven't closed the poll, so poll is still going until they actually announce something. All right, but because I feel like I will say this too, and this is what I'm leaning on right now. I don't think that she will either. Okay, I don't think that the judge is going to dismiss the trial either. Why, you ask? Is because I feel like they would have said something. The judge would have said something earlier already. They would have already said something like, "Hey, yeah, no, we're dismissing the trial. We're going to have to do a retrial will have to be set in place, so on and so forth." Maybe, because this is a big mistake. Okay. Yeah, just so you know, Hannah is not coming in. Hannah Montana is not going to be on today. I'm kidding. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed will not be in the house today. Okay, she will not be taking the stand today. It looks like she'll be taking the stand on Monday, most likely. Okay, but nonetheless, this is all because of prosecution. Does this make the trial, or does this destroy the trial for the jury, or no? I'm curious. All right. But let's take a look at this. This is the list. And like I said, I don't know everybody's names, okay? But Seth Kenny is one of them from PDQ, Arm, and Prop. Then there's Kent Jorgensen, sorry. The IATSE West Coast office. Okay. I remember the name. They mentioned it on day one, his name on day one. I'm trying to remember exactly who that is. Joel Souza, the director of the movie, is supposed to be on taking the stand. This is, like I said, this is the final witness list for the trial. Okay. Okay, so Corporal Samantha Telemonte. All right. We have Cheryl Schaefer. We have Wyatt Mortensen, Gabrielle Pickle, or Gabrielle Pickle, I'm sorry. Mamie Mitchell, which, by the way, I am still interested. I'm still kind of curious about. I mean, I guess Gloria Allred is representing one of the family members of Helena Hutchins, if I'm correct, or she's representing Helena Hutchins, something like that. But Gloria Allred is representing someone for the Helena Hutchins family, which I think is very interesting as well. That's why we saw Gloria Allred in the courtroom, just so you guys know. All right. Corporal Alexandria Hancock, Timoteo Benavidez. He was already on. He already took the stand earlier on day one. Then we already saw CST Marissa Popple, but maybe you never know. She might be brought back up here again soon. I don't know. Detective Joseph Lujan or Lujan. Then Jerry Lynn Conway, Robert Gillette, Bryce Ziegler. These are FBI agents here. Okay, so Geraldine. So these are. I'm going to say all of these are the ones I list here are going to all be FBI. So Geraldine Conway, Robert Gillette, Bryce Ziegler, and Shannon Prince, all FBI agents. Okay. Then you have Dr. Heather Gerald, Office of the Medical Investigator, Lorenzo Montoya, Robert Genoway, and that is both of them are for the New Mexico Environment Department. Then you got Paul Jordan, Tenant Production Safety. So I guess this will all have to be like union safety protocols and all that stuff. Let's see. Lane Looper from another law firm. Lucian Haig, Connor Rice, Sarah Zachary, Ross Adegio, something like that. Sorry if I'm messing that up. Brian Carpenter, Michael Haig, Forensic Science Consultants. So forensics will be coming in. We got Santa Fe Police Department, which we already had him on earlier, Nicholas LaFleur, Officer Nicholas LaFleur, and Melinda Zamora. Then, wow, see, there's a lot. Holy crap. So many people. Kristen Gonzalez, Ryan Litzinger, Justin Neal, Alessandro Pieta, Reese Price. Yeah, these are all like, I'm wondering because they're getting represented by these particular lawyers like Scott L. Brom. So I'm wondering who these individuals are. So I'm just going to skim through the rest of these. Hannah Gutierrez is on this list as well. Dr. David Wacker or Waker, maybe. Dr. Bianca Alvarez, Reed Russell, Dr. Isela Carrillo. So, I mean, there's, like I said, there's a bunch of names on this list. And I'm wondering if they're going to be able to get through all of these names. There's what? That is 44 people that are supposed to be coming in and being a part of this trial. Will they get through it all? I don't know. It all depends on what happens here, man. Real talk. It really depends on what happens right here because of they screwed up, man. They screwed up. Okay. What am I missing here? Hablon. That's funny. Hannah should be Hannah Montana should be charged for wrecking music. I came in like a wrecking ball. Literally, I'm not kidding. I overheard some dudes, guys, okay, randomly talking about how they love them some party in the USA. I'm not straight men, regular, literally saying that out loud. That song just gets me going. I'm like, what? And then one of the other guys is like, one of the best songs I love ever. Oh my God, it gets me. It just gets me every time. Is Wrecking Ball. I'm like, wow. I'm just overhearing this. This is not for a joke. They were literally talking about Miley Cyrus. Yeah, that actually happened. That was a real thing. I'm sitting there just trying to eat, just trying to do my thing. Okay. Jeez. Well, what am I looking for, Raven? You say scroll up for Hoblon. What am I looking for? Because this is that what is so important that I need to scroll up and look for? I don't think they'll throw it out, but they should. I mean, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of other people that feel the same way, Hoblon, if that's what I should be looking for. Brenda, even if Judge doesn't pitch it, it seems they be digging for evidence and accidentally found some. Yeah, I mean that it does seem a bit like it came out of nowhere. Now, does that mean that they're grasping at straws? Or, they're doing everything they can to not have Hannah get on that stand because, Hannah could say something that could potentially be damning for Alec, but it's inevitably going to happen, right? I think in general, I think that they're seeing that this technicality happened because literally I think this is a technicality. It's a big mistake, okay? It's a big mistake, but I do think that it's a technicality and they're riding on that technicality. That's it. And I think that they're going to have to do something about taking some sort of, prosecution is going to have to take some accountability for those things and realize that this big mistake was made. And that's it. They're going to have to take it on the chin. Now it's up to the judge, but you could tell that the judge was deeply, deeply perturbed. Okay? Deeply perturbed. All right? Let's see. Hoblon, the Armorers Union is a different union than Directors Union. He's prohibited him questioning her authority. He tried and she snapped at him. Now, he's prohibited. Who's prohibited who for questioning her authority? When you say he's prohibited him questioning her authority, who'd that be then? Are you talking about her dad? Are you talking about is it the head of the union? I'm just curious about that, Hoblon. Okay? So definitely let me know. Okay? Who has prohibited who? See what I'm saying? So finish that sentence. Who's he prohibited who? Right? Who prohibited who from questioning her authority? That's the part that I'd like to know. Okay? So I understand it a little bit better. He can't question her because of turf. Firefighters and cops have this problem in arson cases. He can't question her because of turf. Who? Alec can't question her because of turf. Like, he is okay. So Baldwin can't question Hannah because of turf? What? Somebody explain that to me. I'm sorry. I'm just reading these comments. So, I can't read your minds. So just give me a more concise thing. Okay. Shauna, a little late to the show. Can you tell me what's going on right now? Okay, real quick, very broad strokes. Defense is claiming that prosecution is withholding information, withholding evidence, withholding discoveries that they've been asking for, or that prosecution should have given to them since the dawn of this trial. Now, the thing is that the prosecution is basically saying that it's weird because they're saying that see, that's the thing I'm a little confused about, because in moments we're seeing the prosecution act like they've never seen it before, these files and paperworks, but then they also say that they did receive these things, but they felt like it wasn't crucial evidence to use in the trial. What's also interesting is that the defense is claiming that these particular photos, these documents and whatnot were under a different or filed under a different case number, that they were not under this case number. So they're blaming prosecution they're claiming the prosecution is violating the Brady and Giglio, that this is a Brady/Giglio violation, which obviously is very bad and it's kind of derailed this whole trial now. Hence the reason why we are sitting here. It is now time for them to come back from this break that came on at random, okay? But this is supposed to be now it's a situation of they are asking the judge to dismiss the trial.
Okay.
So now they're back.
There you go. 1:00. Bye.
I'm all right. Wait. What? Wait, what? That just popped on. 1:00. Bye. 1:00. Bye. What was that? I guess they're on a lunch break. What the? Okay. All right, guys. Hold on. I'm just gonna. They must be on they're on a lunch break. That was weird. So instead of them actually saying instead of them actually going and moving forward, of course, and just doing whatever they need to do to figure things out, what the hell was that? What the hell? So that's frustrating. Okay. No. Remember, they're an hour behind me. Okay. So technically, it would be 2:00 my time, right? That they say they're taking an hour and 15-minute lunch break. You see what I'm saying? So 1:00 for them, it's 11:45 over there, or 11:47 to be exact, over there. So they're doing an hour and 15-minute lunch break, and then they're gonna, do whatever the hell they need to do and figure out what the heck is the next step, right? But this is weird, okay? Hablon says, Baldwin is not allowed to question Hannah Gutierrez's authority. Ah, okay. Interesting. But that's weird. You mean on the set, while on the set? Right? while on the set? That's so weird. That's so weird. So if they're saying, if that's the case, because, of course Hablon is saying that, it's interesting. Okay. Yes, it's lunch. They're taking a lunch. Yes. Somebody even commented on their what the heck on Court TV. You know what I mean? What the heck? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. What? Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. But now they're going to be that now they're on their lunch break. I think, what I think is happening right now? I think she's taking the opportunity, the judge, to take this moment to figure out if she's going to do this or not. I think that's what's going on. I think she's trying to figure out if what is the right thing to do. But this is an absolute crap show. This is an absolute crap show. It's very frustrating, guys, because at the end of the day, you have... I mean, here's the thing. It inconveniences not only the jury, not only the people that are involved in it, the lawyers and all that, but then it also inconveniences Alec Baldwin. It also inconveniences the victim's family and all that stuff too. It's very frustrating. This is messed up, y'all. So what I think I'm going to do, because honestly, we don't know what's going to, we don't know what's going to happen here. All right. I'm gonna let this thing run for a little bit. And if they come back and they're just going through this, I'm just gonna, I want to see what they do, what they say after this lunch break. We're going to take this lunch break. We're going to see what they say. We're going to see what happens from that point on. But if it turns into like they're just bringing in witnesses and they're kind of going through all this preliminary stuff that shouldn't even be happening, I most likely will be cutting the feed or stopping right then if they decide to continue, and then continue when the actual trial starts, which will be Monday all over again. But I will be back to see what the heck is going on with this as far as this trial goes, and seeing what the next step is going to be. Because right now, she may dismiss it and she may not. But we will find out, and we'll find out hopefully by the end of this lunch break, which is about an hour and 9 minutes from now. Okay. So they'll be back on around 1 o'clock my time, which will be, 2 o'clock my time, which will be 1 o'clock their time, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So that's literally a little over an hour. So stick around, keep this going. Don't leave. We're going to watch. If they continue moving forward, then I'm waiting to see what the announcement's going to be. And if the announcement's like the dismissing, then we shut it down. But if they say we're going to continue on, right? But we got to go through all this, all these other testimonies before we bring the jury back on. To me, that is not something that I want to watch. And I'm sure you're not interested in seeing all that. I think what you want to see is the trial, right? Because to me, that's all preliminary stuff. Okay? I want to get to the meat and potatoes. So be sure to tune in. I'll be back. Okay? We'll be back in about an hour, and we're going to rock and roll. But keep hitting that poll. All right? Let me know your thoughts, and we'll be right back. Looks like we're back. Did I scare anyone this time? Hopefully I didn't. What up, fam?
Ms. Johnson? Not sure where she went.
Not dismissing, I guess.
She's in the restroom. Do you want to begin? Sure, sure. Having conferred and looked at the evidence, it is the perspective of the special prosecutor as an arm of the public that all of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be heard by the court and they should be seen by the public. This is a public issue and a record should be made. And we are here to do that.
That's Ms. Hancock.
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr.
Okay.
How do you want me to take the testimony and then? I mean, it's your motion, so that's why I'm asking.
But it's your witness. Well, who wants
Sure.
to do what?
That's fine, Your Honor.
They are continuing.
I think is Corporal Hancock, if it's a hearing, can she not be sequestered?
Sure, she can sit outside.
Okay.
Interesting. So it continues.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth. All right, have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Here we go. It's not done.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Seth Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, what do you do for a living?
I am the owner of a company that provides props to a number of feature films as well as episodics TV, including firearms, tactical gear, leather.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Move it a little closer to you. You provide ammunition and firearms as a part of the props that you provide, is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically,
I'm
that is
sorry.
blanks and dummy rounds.
Blanks and dummy rounds. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Sir, do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need the
He's,
history.
he's a work friend
How long have you known him?
of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thale's, and we used to spend time together at his house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And just for the record, what does Thel Reed do for a living?
Thale Reed is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film industry for going on 60 years.
And does he have a daughter?
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez-Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you met her?
I have.
Mr. Kenny, can you explain, were you ever asked to do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no, but props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883
Correct.
as a prop house. You own a
Yes.
prop house.
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
So if you know, was Mr. Reed asked to do anything relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach and a bit of
What does a gun coach do?
Well, gun coach
We don't do this for a living.
yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why was live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range away from set.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was, for the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August, Texas summer day.
So did you take live rounds from Did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes. Yes.
And where did those who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them? Did Thel provide them?
Thale provided the live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. And at that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of
When you
months.
say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to Albuquerque?
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
They both drove from Bullhead City, Arizona.
Thank you. So they came to Albuquerque, and did they have the live ammunition with them?
They did.
And where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the Sprinter van, my Sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the Sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
By myself.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household grade bin, approximately 2 feet long, 16 inches tall, about the same width. And it stayed in there and was packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of Thales that there was between 200 and 300, and they were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes, and then it took a picture of those boxes. And one of the boxes is dog-eared, means it's partial, and coincidentally, it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Were they in the green can?
No. Once they had been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can went to the firing line, and it was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of fired brass.
So how were they kept at PDQ?
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
Sir, I want to be clear with you. After this came back to Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself.
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
Understood. In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. The rest of them were of different calibers and were not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get this?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah. So yes, there was, I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag and dummies because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set. And I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse, and they were so corroded they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish before it had an appropriate patina. And I also noted that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attributed it to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked the rounds in had infiltrated the interior of the case, and again, not a metallurgist, but had done something to the number 2 lead shot, a single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay, stand by. I'm just looking for some exhibits. We've got a lot right now, so I need to flip through for a second. The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to Rust?
It was 50 rounds individually inserted into styrofoam, each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5-row wide, 10-row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into a small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them to the set of Rust, how did they get there? Did you drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust, came by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only box that you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21, was any of that sent to the set of Rust?
Absolutely not.
So real quick, guys, as she's asking a couple questions. Okay, so they have not decided to continue on. This is literally for them to. This is for the judge to basically make the decision whether or not to continue with this trial or not. So these these witnesses that are coming in, especially Seth Kenny, are going to be the person. This testimony is going to literally be whether or not the judge decides to dismiss or continue with this trial. Just so you guys know. So I was wrong. But like I said, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm learning about these things. I figured she was going to come back and go, yeah, we're going to continue, or no, we're done. Right. So this is a crucial testimony right here. Okay, guys. Just so you guys know.
Yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text? Call?
Both. She called on one particular day because she had been looking for 5.45 Colt ammunition, live ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office, and I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition, and why was he not giving his daughter any? I found it peculiar. So at one point in her travels from Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time, and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake, and I even said it always ends in tears.
And did you have any additional communications with her about live rounds after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So after you take your box of dummy rounds and you give it to Sarah Zachary, do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27, previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Describe to us what we're looking at.
Well, these are these antiqued rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay.
Hmm.
Show you what is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and obviously there's an incident and Ms. Hutchins dies. Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of Rust. And there was some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe to
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of Rust?
I actually didn't until I think the day that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck, the day that they executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe.
I didn't actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck. Just passed it along
Okay,
to.
what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with Detective Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching the prop truck, and as well as opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teskey to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was one of 2 or 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from. And I thought possibly Troy Teskey might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
I haven't had an opportunity to mark this as evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a digital copy of it, but I intend to use this with the witness. This is as an offer of proof, Your Honor. This is a copy of the text message between Mr. Teskey and Mr. Kinney. So I'd like to just go ahead and display it, and I can mark it and provide it to the court. I just don't have a paper copy of it. Do you need to see it?
No, I know what this document is.
Okay, let's go.
What is it going to be? It's going to be, actually, this is a separate motion hearing, so when I marked that the supplemental as courts 13, I think I should have marked it separately as courts 1 for the
Okay.
motion hearing. And
Well-
then while we're here, I have not marked those, so those are courts 2.
These are the ammunition.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want me to mark this exhibit that I'm going to use with Mr. Kinney?
Well, now you're going to have to, well, let me do this. Let me make this courts Roman numeral 1 and courts Roman numeral 2, and then you can keep your ones and he can keep his alphabet. You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with the next exhibit.
No, because we're in a motion hearing now.
Right. So we'll call this State's Exhibit 1.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer, you don't have to reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Can you mark this? Can you mark that for me? Courts 2, Roman numeral 2.
Is there a reason I'm not seeing this on the monitors? Oh, sorry. I missed that.
Okay, well, he's doing this first. So
Okay, sure.
Yeah, right there, right on top. Thank you. Okay.
Do you see what's in front of you, sir?
Video.
Is this tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, and what we're looking at is going to be State's Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it, and I'll move it away again. Can you see the date?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
What is it?
November 1, 2021.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is once I had called Troy Teskey in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so. And at that point, I asked him if he had any of the reloads that Thale had owned for a number of years that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teskey have Thel Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads, but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teskey to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883?
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The cowboy training camp.
Yeah.
And did they ever go to you?
No.
Because they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
So let's look at the text exchange here at the bottom. Who's communicating?
My text is in green, and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy writes, I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find. And I reply, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
And hang on, but we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos and knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was the nickel primer Starline brass case, and I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that loaded these hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How do you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Right after Hancock and I got done with this meeting, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be 2 different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point,
What gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used, and he gave me 2 options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point would you switch between brass and nickel primers? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, well, why? He said, well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago.
Not making what?
Nickel primers.
Okay.
So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer in any of those blank rounds for the same reason.
So you indicated to Mr. Teskey on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds in the
rounds.
photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Rust since November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Do you still believe that these are evidence in the accidental death?
Definitely not.
And then I see Mr. Teskey responds and says, okay. And then what do you say?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
Let me see. There you go.
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? ? And I reply, Hannah.
And then you ask an important question. Read that to us.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I ask Troy Teskey in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay. Is that just a close-up of the same photo of the ammunition?
It is.
And you have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have 4 different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously a dead giveaway, but what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than Rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on Rust.
So, Mr. Kinney, the ammunition that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21, what happened to it? Where did it go?
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't switch back and forth that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Can you
the
see
gray,
it?
the,
Do you
yeah,
want
the
me
gray,
to
yeah, the
touch?
gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep. I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
No. And ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on the on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, they weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
So everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Did you, at any point in time, did you ever exchange ammunition with Thel Reed or Troy Teskey again after the death of Helena Hutchins?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teskey, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone, and that was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kinney, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teskey wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of Rust on you?
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, Thale definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay. Let me think. Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I'm done. How certain are you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of Rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions. and on average, it's 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film. And each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So there was never a question in my mind that I provided the live ammunition to Ross.
Okay, I'll pass this witness.
Hmm.
And Mr. Spiro, is there an exhibit that you need me to provide?
Just you can email me that.
The text message?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in the thousands of times you've provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about,
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know, I apologize.
That's
I'm
all
not,
right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to
Okay,
get you.
gotcha.
All right. In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
Interesting. I mean, I guess I'm wondering. I guess I'm wondering what. Well, I mean, obviously, okay. First off, hearing about the amount of fire, the amount of dummy rounds or rounds that went to from one location, from one set back to his place, back to his office, to another, back onto the set of Rust is very telling. It's very interesting. The text messages as well are very interesting and very telling as well. It doesn't automatically mean like. See, I guess for me, I'm kind of trying to figure out what it is that they're trying to say with this, with this, you know what I mean? Because obviously the text messages, when she was asking, can I use these dummy rounds, or can I use live rounds with the prop guns and all that stuff? And he's like, no, like definitely do not. It'll end up in tears. It'll end in tears, that kind of thing. I mean, it obviously is a huge heads up and a huge forewarning, you know what I mean? For Hannah. But then I'm also wondering, like, okay, we hear all that. Now, that was prosecution saying that. So I'm kind of curious as to what this will have to do with Alec Baldwin. I think that's the ongoing question here. You know what I mean? They asked those questions, but for me, it didn't really pertain to, that doesn't really pertain to Alec Baldwin's case. You see what I'm saying? So I am quite curious about what's the next move here? What is the next move here? But let's find out.
okay. The 1,000 productions that you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics,
Okay. 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film.
or an episode.
Each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. Right?
Yes. 5,000. Yeah, that's the math. Yeah.
And you're telling this court that of all the dummy rounds in all the productions in all the years, these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the antiquing and because again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen. And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had a muddy rattle.
No. The ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes.
Um,
And more specifically, through Sarah Zachary. She picked them up.
right. And you know Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque. You came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
You've got to put it on. Okay. Thank you. You arrived the 11th.
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th.
Yes.
Shooting happens on the 21st.
Yes.
Russ needed 45 long Colt dummies.
May have needed. Knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
You have already told this court that you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck. Yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883, not on the set of 1883, at the cowboy camp, just off the set of 1883.
Not even close to anything that was filming.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883. Yes.
Okay.
Live, yes.
And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts. Again, you say dummies, I get it. To Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of Rust had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right. It could be. The invoice was generated weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay. Have you been watching any of this trial?
Just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination of CST Popple, that this was entered into evidence, which is states 30?
I haven't seen her at all during
Got
this
it.
trial.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that these were, of course, the rounds provided, correct?
Except for the bright one in the lower row in the middle, just above the two zeros that are next to each other. Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, which I think you said in direct, is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
It's 2.5 years ago. It does not appear. I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, you actually received a photograph of this, and you told Detective Hancock this, and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy. Correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph is. A photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that that picture, that round, was sketchy?
I recall saying that, or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I had provided.
Right. So at the time, years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you received a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did.
Okay.
Within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around, daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set? You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
But the moment that happens, right, things changed, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchins died, right?
I wasn't aware of that till hours later.
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
Miss Zachary, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and months afterwards, that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Fairly. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct? With nickel primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that she brought the box that contained the live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutor. Isn't that true?
No, I've actually seen the interview.
Okay. Well, we can pull up that interview if we need to. So the week after the accident, that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't sleeping, right?
Correct.
You were drinking a lot.
Damn.
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case.
Okay.
I don't recall that.
You texted Sarah Zach
Damn.
days that followed. Do not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Yes, I remember that text.
Do nothing, say nothing, write nothing, correct?
Correct.
She told you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You told her not to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
In fact, at one point you just said, shh, with an emoji, right?
I don't recall that.
Yeesh.
Okay. You did provide Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo that was entered into evidence on the screen?
Defense out for blood on this dude. Damn.
We'll get it in a minute. But
Diggity damn.
the one that you just saw on the screen of you and Mr. Teskey, do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Does it sound like... I don't have the photo, so... But the photo that you took and sent to... of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers.
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
Which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock And the text exchange with the picture occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teskey replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is, I think it's Court Exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
Mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be States 1.
States
I just
1.
haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it States 1 for now. You see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death, correct?
That's on November 1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay. But when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks that it comes from the same batch, but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh. And then what was the second part of your question?
But it's her fault because she loaded into the weapon, correct?
What?
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement, that whatever happened here, it's her fault. She loaded it, correct?
Well, certainly she's responsible for loading a live round into a gun on a movie set.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing, how come when you provided to the defense A, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of a picture.
I understand that, but I'm asking you.
That's
why didn't you provide the message of, this sucks?
I did. What I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Okay, so on November 1st, you agreed to an interview with Detective Hancock, correct?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No other officers.
Yeah, November 1st, yeah.
No other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teskey, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in front of Hancock. It was as I was driving away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair?
Of the reloads, yeah, I was fairly confident that somehow some of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been shooting, gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was concerned that it was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
It turns out you actually made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot of the police recording equipment. And you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you then said,
it's pronounced ugh.
Shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Now I recall. Yes.
I bet you do, right? And the she who didn't do her fucking job was the armorer, right?
Correct.
And the shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
Well, I think the shit was a concern that Swanson was going to get dragged into this, and it was going to have been some of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit was your concern for Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
Some of the shit on everybody that had ever touched.
What's going on?
Yeah, the whole thing is awful.
Okay. Can we agree that you didn't intentionally provide live ammunition to the set of Rust?
We can agree that it didn't at all.
Okay. Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
And by the way, that's November 1st. November 30th, okay, a month later, the police come knocking with a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Both times, both at the truck and at your the search at your prop house, both times you happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day, right?
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to the Rust set directly from Las Cruces, driving in the Sprinter van.
That was after you got the code to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were to have represented in this courtroom that they needed you to open up the safe and that's why you were at the truck search, that's not actually true because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole story about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
I don't know that it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to interview me, and also I wanted to be there to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation. So I think they're being cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ. The warrant was signed by a judge authorizing them to search your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the warrant that it talked about the reloads in the green ammo can, you actually started to text Detective Hancock, upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
You had video surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the
yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
You have surveillance equipment there that records whether it's overwritten or not. You don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment. Yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you deny it?
If I was actually inside the premises?
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's
But
possible.
Okay. And the testimony you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teskey about in front of Hancock, correct?
He sounds, yeah, roughly accurate. Yes.
Right. And written on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, on, yeah, black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yes.
And lo and behold, law enforcement doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
Last time was in Texas.
Nothing further.
Wow. What an interesting cross.
This witness is excused. Thank you, sir.
That was interesting.
Next witness.
Hamburger. That was Seth Kenny, everybody. Good job, Seth. Seth Kenny, everybody. Give it up. Give it up. Yeah. That was interesting. Ish. It's ugh, by the way. It's pronounced ugh. Like, wow. Wow. What? What was that? What was that, everybody? Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Okay. We know this defense is here for blood.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now who this?
Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Who this be now?
Corporal. On November 1st of
Hancock.
2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kinney?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kinney share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kinney and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
That was crazy.
Can you see
That was
that?
crazy.
Do you want me to enlarge it? Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kinney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then.
Um,
And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay. And from this vantage point, how can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, BHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office. I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to continue this investigation.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you receive information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait until, have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him.
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had asked where Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
Because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you were reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes. And should try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case?
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a witness who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Did you are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
We've
Yes.
never been given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
Okay, I just want the court to know. This is
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body-worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it's not, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brendel, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Popple of that she testified about the bullets and what they were, where they when they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their file? Do you want me
I
to
just
do it?
want the ones that Popple testified off of, not any
I don't
cross.
remember exactly.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified, she inventoried and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had in the
Yes,
sheriff's
yes,
department?
where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not scene photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department? Okay.
Do you have those?
There should be.
And just for the record, Judge, we don't have the body worn camera.
I'm hearing you. I want to look at the bullets.
The physical.
Okay, I'll take the physical.
You don't need photos of boxes,
No,
just.
no,
photos, okay?
I want what she testified of, the ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. They're there. Okay. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrissey. Okay, thank you.
Oh, so you want the actual bullets?
Well, these are
Sorry.
fine.
Okay, I
Well,
thought
I
you had
was gonna,
photographs.
take the photos, but these are good too.
Okay.
Are
Do you
these,
want the photos?
may I ask, are these these aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they?
They are,
These are the sum total?
correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
The
Do you have
dummy-
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had her testify to that. I don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits that were entered while she testified? That's the best way to put it.
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine. Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because
Do you want to announce what they are? Hayden, can you tell us what the exhibits are during Popple's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
Hang on, we need to catch up with you if you're gonna give us numbers. Hang on.
All right, do you want me to tell you what they are?
I think Brian next to me has them. I'm just trying to get there. So I don't want you to list them off to me yet.
Well, it's just 15 through 21.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute.
Oh my God.
I've got 18 set aside. I've got 17 set aside. 15, 16. What was the other one? That's 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. And then 20, 21, 23.
Okay, slow down, because it's, if you would, please. What was give me the first number again? We've got a ton of
20,
exhibits
20,
here.
21.
20 and 21?
Uh-huh,
Okay, hang
23,
on,
25.
hang on. This is 20. You want
Oh,
that?
no, I just want the gun.
21 is
You
the
can
shot
go
of the
whenever you
pew.
Yeah, I don't want the puke. I want
Okay, what else?
just
So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. But she testified to it.
a scene photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust. It was taken
Okay,
on the
yeah,
set.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want these? This does, okay. This one has ammunition on it.
Which is that from, oh, no, I don't want,
This
I
is
only want
9.
the ones on the set, not in PDQ.
Okay.
This is,
So what I'm
oh boy.
handing you is all photos of state's exhibits.
Seventh inning stretch right here.
Ammunition. Do you want the spent casing?
No.
Okay.
You don't want that ish?
The defendant's exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibit.
What is it that you want?
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's the spent casing.
Okay, yeah.
You want fries with that?
I have them here.
There you go, Judge.
All right, thank you so much. These are it after all I asked for. Seems kind of thin from what I.
You know what? Hang on just a second. Let me go through these real quick.
All right.
Stop for just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are enough. These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let me just use these. Okay, let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine. Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of Rust?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get...
He can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure, and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants.
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
All right, I have some questions. Can you put back on that video of the text that Seth Penny
Sure.
got from Teskey?
If you guys have a flash drive, I'll give you that video right now.
And can you blow that up?
You want the top or the bottom?
The top.
Okay,
All right. I'm going to ask some questions.
sure.
All right. So you testified that that only one seemed similar. Let's see. You said one similar to the Starline brass color primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. So 45 Colt.
Not, it didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color. So
In what why is it different in the primer color?
because the primer on this, the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
Put this, who's this? These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing her.
I only see one silver here.
Right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look, you just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust,
To the live ammunition.
to the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, as far as, yes.
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Dummies, but not live.
Okay, I understand your distinction on
Okay.
live. But they still look similar. That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, caramba. Oh, man.
I may not even need the video right now, so we can start without that.
All right.
Good afternoon, Corporal.
Afternoon.
When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed onto cassette. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody,
I missed the question. Let me just ask it.
Sure.
So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on Rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on Rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
Some of the dummies that look like that one on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that looks similar to the dummies on Rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on Rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
so at certain point early on in this case, you entertained the possibility that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenny, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he had provided them? In relation to this case or in relation to the past case?
In relation to any case.
It's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
She was excluded as a witness, I think.
Are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So you were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
Oh,
He was just here. Did you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
You interviewed him, I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense. Defense B. On the screen. And it's not working. Okay.
that was bad. I missed a cue. You're right. This is Corporal. Hold on, I'm pulling up her name again. Corporal.
Did you, right?
Yes.
And you see
Corporal Alexandria Hancock, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
the accidental death, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. And he does not include the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
What does that say?
And you ask a very interesting question, Corporal. It sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You ask, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color? Right?
Yes.
And he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms, I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you had that information in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenny story with you today. Okay.
Okay.
But it's fair to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. Teskey comes in, and you had known Mr. Teskey's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up, withdraw. Troy Teskey's name came up several times because Seth Kenny brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenny, right? Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from. exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ, in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was that's where that originated from, was from Thel.
Well, but you see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teskey and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenny found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
He said that exact phrase? Shit, but it's her fucking fault? He said that a lot?
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenny if he kept saying that?
No.
Oh, okay. So in any event, you knew that Mr. Teskey was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing Mr. Kenny, he's calling him in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Sending you screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Teskey showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed trial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Teskey then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
Which would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay. And I know we're going to get to that, don't worry. But wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kennedy, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed trial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
Uh-huh. So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And when Mr. Teskey came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenny's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
To the precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mhm.
You're saying that Troy Teskey made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched Rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
Okay, so that's not my police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Corporal.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
Just as a point of clarification, can we?
Is this an objection or?
What an experience.
Okay, I said that no running.
What
skills.
an experience.
Is that we correct the record with regard to the.
That is not an objection.
Okay.
What is
Yeah,
your
I
mercy.
want to correct the record that. you
One
actually did
word.
say I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself, a police report.
In the department, in your sheriff office's police report, okay? I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
Okay. And not only does this police report come into the very same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not only does it say live rounds of ammunition that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right? You saw that, right? Okay.
Yes.
Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenny's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
that's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Popple, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took this statement, right?
Yes.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case, right?
Yes.
Every time you inventory an item in this case, there's no matching witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust, or the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it?
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there when he was dropping the ammunition off.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that, now that you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
So
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
But again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand your testimony, but given that all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement? True?
Potentially, I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been in relation to Rust. When we submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now?
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
Overruled.
Is there a rule in your department that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there's one.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know. I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with Rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teskey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically, I don't know.
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct examination that you then in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
I'm-
asked you a question.
I'm
Oh.
asking for which phone?
He's not. Is he listening?
Which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case, because we have those,
Mhm.
right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used, no.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls to Mr. Teskey from from the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law enforcement in this case, or the precinct, when you claimed to this court that you called.
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, you don't know what phone you called from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there are no calls from you and your cell phone that you used for everything else in this case to Mr. Teskey during the weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so that's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number. Okay.
That's our dispatch number.
Okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone records during that time period that you claim you were trying to reach him.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would like to see the body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding, and I have no further questions for this witness.
Some follow-up questions. So on testimony, I don't know which one, who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
Okay. All right. And at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teskey?
Yes.
Okay. So then you find out that because he couldn't, well, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The Rust evidence?
No.
Why not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off,
Yes.
and you all agreed to put it in this separate file.
Yes.
Boom! Oh, snap.
The defense requested both through you and the prosecutors to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen.
Well,
Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions.
Let me ask you something.
He's like, someone get your girl.
In the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
Oh.
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm
If this-
understanding.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to
I
continue.
asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer
All right,
that.
Thank you. Redirect?
I can't provide the video until she.
Last chance.
Mr.
You know,
Spiro
I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it, but do you have any cross-exam for her?
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you gonna get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body
I
camera.
agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
I do.
Oh my God. Praying for a miracle for
If you sit here today.
I'm telling you,
Do you
prosecution.
have any reason to believe that
This is bad.
ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
No.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath.
You are going to testify.
Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Where did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church or
State's
around.
Exhibit 29. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
State's Exhibit 10. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Collected.
All of these photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of Rust?
because we got them from Rust or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How
of
do you
Rust.
know these rounds were in any way related to the set of Rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Randall, if that's his.
Are you finished?
Yes, I'm sorry. I
Witness
apologize.
is excused. Thank
Okay.
you. Your next witness?
Crazy. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Prosecutions, this is okay. For the state, for prosecution, this is very, very bad, guys. This whole thing's very, very bad. This is not how it's supposed to go.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
State your name, sir.
It's Lieutenant Brian Brandel
How are you currently employed?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Oh boy.
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes,
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes,
Now, just
Who
so
is
that
this
we're
again?
clear, when
What's
you
this guy's
ran your
name again?
body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
it is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a
there it is.
WatchGuard cloud, do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be linked to a case number.
Was this video linked to a case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
Okay, and we have the video. I'm trying to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great.
Prosecution. Thank you, guys. Court TV also put it up, so I appreciate the letting me know. Lieutenant Brian Brandel. But that's the thing. Is he on this list? I don't remember saying his name.
Have you watched the video today?
Yes.
Did you watch it with me?
No, I did not.
I have no idea where it is.
He's not on the witness list, but okay. Interesting.
You're going to have to mark it before we publish it.
Prosecution got some explaining to do.
You
I'll
put it
tell
on
you
the
what.
marker and mark it that way?
Move it into evidence.
Sure, I'm working on pulling it up.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know the date that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Scotland.
Would this be State's Exhibit 2?
What's up, Kev?
I think it is. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 2. Can we display it?
Yeah. Well, you're publishing it, and but go ahead. I mean, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
not sure what.
All right.
Do you
fine.
want to see the video or no?
I do want to see the video.
Okay.
Just, okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What are we looking at?
that's the hallway area of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first secure entrance into our area.
Where's sound?
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
No doubt.
It does have a pre-record that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No.
where it's
Why
secure.
don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it. So I believe it is set to a 30-second pre-video, and then once I activate the camera, the audio
It
will kick
comes
on.
on. Okay.
Yes.
He could have just said yes. Okay.
Hello. Hey, guys. Troy. Lieutenant, so nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this.
Like a chain
Like a statement.
Well, we would have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and we'll go.
That's my wife. Hi, that's Becky.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just so we have like a chain of custody.
Where we go?
Wherever you want to go to get the evidence. Right. You can go to the interview. It's fine.
sure. I can put out a statement or something, witness statement. What I was, when I'm a witness, I was called here as a witness
Okay.
to the Russ trial. And I live in Arizona, so it's a long way.
Right.
And I wanted to. When I got to the trial, they said at the last minute, they said, okay, I want you to testify. They're supposed to bring some evidence. And then they didn't want the evidence.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to walk around with this evidence forever.
That's fair, that's fair. What do you guys do for enough?
Yeah, I don't care what you do, I just don't want to have it.
Okay.
And they're 45 cartridges, like,
They're from the set?
no.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
Could you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes.
Was he asked if they were from the set?
Yes.
What was his response?
No.
No.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy. Oh, that's a great start.
Troy what?
Troy Teske. T-E-S-A-E. I've got all kinds of identification. You should see it. I'm a
And were you getting called by?
retired police officer.
By
and-
the defense? Okay.
But they didn't end up using it.
Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge. You need to see that.
We'll breathe.
Okay, so they were gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked to
The
her,
defense.
him on the phone. You're good, and said that they're gonna have somebody pick it up from Rosa, which they never did. Okay, so he brought it out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out of there. Don't want it anymore.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teske is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What
Speaking
side?
on the defense side.
The defense.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
Right.
Is there any basis to know that?
If he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
This is the defense.
Boom. Wow.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, I wanna go.
They told me to, the defense attorney said, hey, why don't you you bring those rounds? And I thought, and 2 times, Hancock and then Morrissey. Hancock first said way back on November 5th, and November 5th of 2021, which was a week after the shooting. Seth Kinney called me, you know Seth? Everybody seems to know Seth here, but Seth, he was a friend of mine, and Seth Kinney called me from Hancock's office. She was a detective at the time, and he said, "You're on the record. I want to know what's going on with you, because I have these rounds from. It's the same batch. They came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Know him too?
Yeah, I know of him.
Everybody.
I've
awesome.
dealt with this case a lot.
Okay, well, that's perfect. The other perfect person to what's her first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm the crime scene technician.
All right. Well, I better jot that down.
Popple's there.
So when my big,
Popple's in the room.
my big concern was having these. They said, "Oh, okay." I said, "I have these rounds. I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds."
Okay.
Or a bunch. And then they. I said, "Well, you probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture." So I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. And they looked at it, and Seth said, "Yep, this is evidence from the accidental shooting."
And when you say they're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you know the case, Bell Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And they, Seth and Fell, went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883. And he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona. And then they came back and went to another set, which was
Sir, why does your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence, like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes.
So the gentleman said on the video it was not from the set of Rust.
Yes.
Okay. And you called Corporal Hancock, right?
Correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes. I asked her, an individual is here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
I have a few questions.
Do you want me to disconnect? Do you want me to leave it here? You don't need it? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes.
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
Yes.
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
He did mention that.
Yeah. Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that.
I'm still here.
That it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and vouchered it and let anybody know, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And when Ms. Popple comes into the room, or when your camera comes into the room, she says, I've dealt with this case a lot, right?
Yes.
And Teskey says, you're the perfect person, right?
Yes.
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Popple knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenny was, right?
Yeah, she was familiar with them.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir, that if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single question was asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question pertaining to the case other than believing it was evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reed case, and there was already a chain of custody until after he began disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation, or it wasn't collected by our agency. It wasn't our actual evidence that was collected.
Right. And you I don't have all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct and turning evidence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, that I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved, actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Next witness?
I don't think I have any other witnesses.
All
I'm
right.
happy to provide information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break and we'll be back in 3:30, okay? Or 3:25, okay? Thank you. We're gonna-
Well. I have a little issue with my camera right now, but I am still here. We're still having the conversation, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a break, 15-minute break, and then we will be back to watch the rest of this thing. This is some crazy stuff, y'all. I'm going to be real. This is some really, really crazy stuff. I don't know what the judge is going to I don't know what the judge is going to decide, but honestly, this is some interesting stuff. We're going to see how this, wraps up. But yeah, even my camera's done with this. Yeah. So I gotta figure that out, see what's going on with my camera. And it may just be, being on for so long is just so tired, like it needs to cool off. So I'm just gonna let it cool, and we will be right back to watch the rest of this. This is very interesting, unprecedented. It's odd, it's weird, y'all, but we're here to watch it. We're here to have the conversations and get and figure out what is needed. What's going to happen next? Is she going to dismiss this trial or not? Please be sure to go to the poll to the top of the chat and put in your thoughts. Okay. Put in your 2 cents. I'd really love to know what y'all think on this. All right. But we will be right back. All right. See you in a few.
We're back on the record.
The court indicated that you wanted me under oath, and I'm happy to do that. Where would you like me?
Well, okay, so just to be clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
It doesn't matter to me. How do you want to do it?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened and the court knows what happened. I don't think that we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a
Sure.
witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now,
Mhm.
okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, so not only happy to, you know, I don't, it doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
And I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me?
Okay.
Do you want me here at the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
What? What? Hold on, sorry.
Voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any
What the hell?
requirement to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ Props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kinney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ Props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teskey, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teskey so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teskey's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all six rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teskey. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teskey took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of Rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the Rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teskey's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers. One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles. We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of Rust. So when I saw this photograph, I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of Rust. And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of Rust. So what ends up happening is Mr. Teskey is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teskey say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teskey, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teskey sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teskey had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department. Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, great, do that. I was not aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teskey showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, "I'm not taking that ammunition from you." That's why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot-on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, "You and your ammunition better get out of here," because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope. So when Mr. Teskey couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
May I ask a few questions, Your Honor? When you took over this case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad.
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
Wow.
You've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time. I did not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department. But you are right.
And you concede that they are Starline brass silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question. When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Hague, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine, and that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed trial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to, and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this, and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to, but
Wow.
You say that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, "Great, do that." That's your testimony?
yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us that it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Hague yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false?
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these. I've never seen these. And I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
with regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appear to be similar to rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, you know, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of Rust.
Truth of this matter is, you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue.
And that has nothing to do with.
I appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
Whoa!
I know that was something that Mr. Baldwin was saying on the set of Rust.
I'm dead.
Saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
Without having more information, I can tell you I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
Wow.
Prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
You did not?
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely.
Wow.
In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question. I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
Wow.
I don't want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not responsive. So I have no further
All right, do you have any follow-up testimony? All
I,
right.
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
Wow.
Thank you.
All of that just happened, everybody. No, we are on planet Earth.
All right, any
Yes.
other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Holy-
Argument, let's not, 15 minutes aside sufficient?
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
Further argument.
All right.
I don't think either side needs further argument on this.
All right.
Holy poop on a stick.
So
Wow.
dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element, and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teskey gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory
Who's
value
that?
will be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure.
Man,
Is
oh
the
man.
evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. And that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state. Quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you.
We are in recess.
Wait. We are in recess?
I'm going to.
Or, I mean, does that mean they're coming back? Yo, son. Okay, we got some things to talk about. Hold on.
Yeah.
And just like that, wow. Now, here's the thing, okay? We have that info. It has been a mistrial. It's a mistrial, guys. So after 7.5 hours, I'm just kidding. But after so long, right? We're in there chilling in the cut, chilling like a mother lover, waiting for them to make a decision, right? Hear everything out. It has now been ruled a dismissal. My question, though, okay, first off, one thing I don't think you guys noticed or heard is that one of the lawyers on prosecution side, that's why I was like, whoa, when I said it really like kind of quickly and quietly, I said, whoa, on the thing, because one of them actually quit after all this stuff that went down. As soon as they found out that, as soon as the defense threw out that information about, hey, there's they're withholding information, all that stuff, right? As soon as they said that, did I say a mistrial? I meant dismissal. I apologize if I misspoke. I guess I'm used to the Karen Reed case, and the Karen Reed case is in my head a little bit, I guess a little bit. But one of the freaking lawyers on the prosecution left. They actually resigned right after, during one of the, I think it was during the lunch break or something like that. Right then and there, they said, I'm out. I'm out. I don't think you heard that. The defense even pulled it up and said, didn't one of your lawyers, didn't one of your partners just step down, just resign today? And she was like, yes, because they didn't like how we were handling, how things were being handled and all that, right? So how did this happen? That's the question I'd like to know, right? Because, I mean, you look at the situation. She said on the prosecution side, they said, hey, the bullets that they had did not match the live rounds that they had that were used on the set of Rust. So the prosecution's like, there's no reason to bring these things in. It's BS. There's no reason. But at the same time, optically, it looks bad. Okay? Very, very bad. And it shows like very, very lackluster concern and care for, bringing the actual, being as transparent on the prosecution side. Now, here's the thing. This is a dismissal. Does this mean there is going to be a retrial? Will the state try to bring Alec Baldwin back in for this? I don't know. But right now, this case or this trial is dismissed. It's a wrap. All because the devil's in the details, guys. Perfect example of how the devil is in the details. That prosecuting attorney Morrissey, I think is her name. She is going to be drinking tonight. Let's keep it real. She gonna have a stiff drink. I also thought it was weird, that the defense brought up, oh yeah, he you don't like him. you never liked him. And she's like, what are you talking about? I was a fan of his acting. I loved him on SNL, love his politics. Like I thought that was interesting. Like, oh, that, of course she had some sort of prejudice against Alec way before any of this stuff even started. I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, that has nothing to do. Well, I mean, it could have a reason for something like this, for someone to do something bad, like try to we don't need to see that stuff. Yeah, just accidentally put that under a different case number. Yeah, go ahead and do that for us, okay? Cool. You know what I mean? So this is some pretty wild stuff. But let me see if there's any other. Hold on. I'm going over to. I'm going to go over to. Looks like Law and Crime is outside the. Let me just get this real quick. Looks like Law and Crime is outside of the courthouse, getting some. About to possibly get some reaction, maybe a statement. So let me get that really quick. But what say you guys? I mean, obviously the poll is over. So let me get that poll down. Wow. 140 votes. And out of all y'all, 42% thought it was going to be a dismissal. So pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So crazy. Let's see what they got to say.
Thank you all for your help. Stay all okay.
Again, the case against Alec Baldwin has just been dismissed with prejudice, meaning that the state can't bring the involuntary manslaughter charge again to Baldwin. Lots of emotions again.
Wow.
Family, especially Alec there, getting visibly emotional as he's been fighting this case now for years. Now, Ruby is on the ground outside of the courthouse in Santa Fe. We're going to try.
Hold on. So this means they cannot prosecute him ever again on this particular trial. So it's done. So if wow, this is dismissed. It's done. It's a wrap. It's a done. It's a done. It's a done. A pizza. I make a ravioli. But still, it's a wrap. It's donezo. Like done. Done. Wow. So they cannot, no retrial. Hamburger. Okay. I just had to get that out of my system, okay? It's a pizza. It's a pizza place.
Try to get her on air after the break, but we are going to hit that quick break, but we have a lot more coming your way again on the other side.
Wow. Okay. While this is figuring its whole thing out, okay? Because of course I'm sure I'm sure either prosecution or defense are going to say something. Maybe the defense will come out or prosecution will come out and say, it was the wind. It was the wind. They all wrong, and it was the wind. Okay, we just did not know about this whole situation. We thought it was under another case number, and we done messed up. So I blame it on the wind. And thank you. So listen, this is crazy. Okay? This is crazy. So that's why he started crying. Because even so, here's the thing. If when she announced the dismissal and he knew there was going to be a potential possibility of a retrial, I don't think he would get all emotional. I don't think he'd start crying. I don't think his Hilaria would, share in the tears with him. You see what I'm saying? I think that it would be a situation of he would be like, all right, well, we won this one. Like I got through this one. Now I really got to get through a whole thing. I got to go through another trial, a whole potential other trial here. Here we go. You know what I mean? But the fact that he found out like it's done. He does not have to ever be tried for this ever again. He can never be held accountable for what happened ever again. So he can go back out there making movies and holding pew-pews and doing whatever the hell he wants. I'm sure for him, like Dolphin said, that was relief. You know what I mean? Absolutely. But this is crazy. But it's because prosecution mucked it up. Man, I'd be crying too. I'd be crying like a baby. Are you kidding me? Just because it's only 18 months, that's still a long-ass time behind bars. Doesn't matter. 2 days is long. A day behind bars is long. A minute behind bars is too long. Okay? No one wants to be like, yeah, I'm with it. Unless you're just loco in the head, you know what I mean? That just loves to be locked up. It's my second home. There's something wrong with you. Okay? No one wants to be locked up behind, in a prison. All right? Holding the inside pocket of wearing Kool-Aid lipstick, running around chasing a man named Toby. Nobody wants that. Ain't nobody want that. Okay? So this is crazy how this all transpired. We only had 3 days. Well, actually 4 if you really think about it. 4 full days. They had a whole week, but it was 4 full days of them just going toe-to-toe, neck and neck, tete-a-tete about this whole thing. And wow, still 4 days later. Unbelievable. Let's check out what they got to say here.
As the judge ruled just moments ago to dismiss the case. Now, we've learned Baldwin has left the courtroom and the courthouse with his family as they were visibly emotional earlier after the case was dismissed. And it was dismissed with prejudice, meaning that the state can't bring the involuntary manslaughter charge again against Alec Baldwin. And remember, he was facing 18 months in prison if he was convicted on that manslaughter charge. Now, we do have Anjanette Levy, who's live outside of the courthouse for us there. She's going to be giving us everything that we need to know. Anjanette, a lot has happened in these last few moments.
Yeah, a lot happened, Elizabeth, and I'll just take it from here. The judge dismissed this case with prejudice, as you mentioned, and she said that there's no way that the defense could recover from this. This was the only remedy, and that Alec Baldwin's defense team satisfied every prong necessary for this. As it became very clear that Judge Mary Marlowe Summer was going to dismiss this case with prejudice, Alec Baldwin's wife, Hilaria Baldwin, started crying, bursting into tears. Alec Baldwin appeared to be shaking, we could tell from behind. His lawyer, Luke Meekus, put his arm on his back and was kind of giving him the reassuring pat. He turned around after it was all over, and he was just crying, sobbing, hugging his wife. We were ushered out of the courthouse. His brother appeared upset. Happy tears, of course, emotional tears of relief after this whole ordeal for them that's been going on for nearly 3 years now. I want to bring in John Day. He's here with me. John, we saw things today I've never seen in a courtroom. I've never seen a special prosecutor, or any prosecutor for that matter, during a trial, during a motion hearing, in the middle of a trial, call herself as a witness, get up there and try to explain why she knew about something that should have been turned over to the defense and wasn't. And then we find out this bombshell that Erlinda Johnson, the other special prosecutor, resigned today.
Left.
We saw her in the ladies' room after we came back from lunch briefly, and then she walked out and you didn't see her in the courtroom. So what do you think about what unfolded here today?
It's stunning. I've never seen anything like this. You have
she dips at y'all.
An incredibly well-regarded, ethical, professional lawyer getting out of this case for some reason, and you have Carrie Morrissey, the special prosecutor, calling herself to the stand in a desperate effort to try to establish some kind of record for appeal. But this was like watching the Titanic go down with hundreds of thousands of dollars of tax dollars from New Mexico attached to it. It was a spectacular failure for the special prosecutors and an amazing win for Alec Baldwin, and that raises so many issues of prosecutorial misconduct that have to be answered.
And Erlinda Johnson, I mean, Morrissey said, Carrie Morrissey, and Alex Spiro really was grilling her. There are other special prosecutors that worked with you that resigned, and she explained how they resigned and why. Carrie Morrissey said it was Erlinda Johnson resigned, and she's somewhat new to the case, but that she resigned because she didn't agree with having a public hearing. Are you buying that?
You know, I don't know what her reasons were, but the fact is that a very well-regarded lawyer decided, I am not going to go down with this ship. And the issues that this raises are there'll be so many. It's going to go on for a while. It has issues for the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed conviction.
Yes.
Information that was possibly withheld. Should that have come out for her trial? So it's not a good day for the justice system in New Mexico.
It looks very bad. And what looks really bad, too, is the fact that Alexandria Hancock, the lead detective on the case, she knew about this. What in the heck was the harm in turning over this report? I mean, you look at it and you think it's not relevant, but that's not the standard. The standard is whether or not the defense thinks it's helpful or exculpatory. And so that should have just been handed over. I mean, what's the big deal? As they said, it's a 2-page report.
You answered the question. What was the harm in following the rules and doing things the way that you're supposed to do in an investigation? And that's why I say it raises so many questions about how this was handled, not only in the law enforcement investigation, which we know has been heavily criticized, but in everything that took place after that, how the case got to the special prosecutors, what they did with it. And I mean, the results speak for themselves. This was a disaster.
And it really was not, it was really, really stunning to watch this unfold today. I mean, there was the talk about this before lunch. They went and they got the body camera footage. Marissa Popple is on the body camera footage. She's well aware of these rounds. Troy Teskey he's there. He's saying, they didn't come from the set of Rust, but I have this evidence and I want to turn it over. And they were aware of this back in 2021. November of 2021, they were aware of these rounds.
They were aware of it, and there's video of everyone talking about it and sort of laughing. And I think this raises, and it's just, there's no real answer for why this couldn't have been done properly. And I think, there's going to have to be sort of an after-event investigation as to what took place and why.
I want to let our viewers know that we are trying to keep an eye on the exit here at the courthouse to see if Carrie Morrissey will be coming out. Also, I want to let our viewers know that Gloria Allred, who represents the family of Helena Hutchins, her family members who are in Ukraine, she left the court and I approached her and she said she will not be commenting at this time. John, I think it's important that we explain to the viewers because I think it could be a little bit confusing. The judge said that this did not allow the defense to investigate the source of the ammunition that killed Helena Hutchins. The special prosecution and the detectives contend, well, we already figured it out. It was Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. The picture on her phone matched it perfectly. So the judge basically told them that's not good enough. They should have, basically you should have sent this stuff to the FBI. You should have disclosed it to the defense. Maybe they could have experts review it and look at it, examine it, test it for themselves. So now, do we not really know where the source of the ammo, what the source of the ammo was that killed Helena Hutchins?
We don't know, and that's the point the judge was making. If the defense had known about this, it may not have led to anything, but the defense had a right to know about it. The defense had a right to delve into it, to investigate what was going on. And by the decisions made by law enforcement and the special prosecutor to keep that basically hidden, whether or not that was, it depends on what the intent, of course, was, but the result was the same. The defense didn't know about it. They couldn't send an investigator to look into it. And it may not have developed into anything that was exculpatory, but
they had a duty to investigate
Exactly.
it. And Arizona, what's the harm in contacting law enforcement in Arizona, having them go pick it up, or even traveling yourself? If you've spent all of this money on the investigation, get on a plane or get in the car and drive to Arizona and meet with Troy Teske.
This judge was angry, you could tell, and she was not happy at the way, and that's an understatement. She was not happy at the way the special prosecution was handled. And then to lose Erlinda Johnson today, of all days, speaks volumes about the disaster that this prosecution of Alec Baldwin has been.
Optically, a train wreck.
I'm still stunned by what we've witnessed here today. I'm absolutely stunned. I've never seen, I don't think a lot of people, I actually reached out to other lawyers and I asked, have you ever seen anything like this? And they said no. They'd never seen anything like this. Where do we go from here as far as you work here?
Yeah,
I mean, so you've got this sheriff's office here. The judge basically told them, you screwed up. You didn't just screw up a little, you screwed up really, really bad.
Look, when an airplane crashes, there's a black box that you retrieve that has all the data in there, voice recordings, parameters, things like that. That's what they need in this case. They need a black box to figure out what happened and what kind of a disaster it was.
People are yelling in the background and I'm looking around to make sure I'm not missing somebody come out.
And somebody's coming out.
See coming out. We're going to walk over and see if we can get to her. Somebody's coming out here. So we're coming on, guys. Live TV, stuff like this happens sometimes.
Look at how the people just running. Look at that. It's a bunch of crazy, so crazy.
They've never left the state of Arizona. I understand that the court disagrees with me, and I respect the court's decision. There is absolutely no evidence that any of that ammunition is related to.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Hope that's all right.
No,
they had already speak. Okay. Somebody made a decision. Brian didn't know about it. I'm actually going. And then I find out I'm interviewing Sasha.
Yeah, it's our last minute. She's live on air right now. They took her live.
I believe that the importance of the evidence was misconstrued by the defense attorney.
Yep.
But why are we casual?
Do you feel you let the Hutchins family down?
Well, I didn't know that.
Okay, that doesn't deserve a
And the judge didn't want to put a robe on, so I could just do it.
Wow.
That has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to bring justice to Helena and to her family, and we're proud of the work that we did. Again, we disagree with the court's decision, but we have to respect it.
Sheriff, do you have anything to add?
I don't.
What if Ms. Johnson stepped down?
Also, and I agree with the prosecutor.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to see if I can find some other place that has it.
We're going to try to catch up here a little bit.
I'm wondering. Hold on. While they're doing that, I'm wondering what other place has it, because I'm trying to find. I couldn't hear anything. I could hear a little bit, but not much.
Stunning development.
3 live rounds.
And
everybody, take it easy. I don't want anybody to get arrested.
just 30 seconds to talk to us.
But I just did. You guys decided to step on me. What is it? It has separate piece now. So you did know that. Sheriff, you heard my testimony today, right? Yes. My testimony is what I stand.
Give her a little space, guys.
My testimony is what I stand on.
She stands on business, everybody. She stands on business.
No more. Do you understand? No more.
Do you believe that there will be any kind of consequences for what happened? We're done. All right, there you have it. I asked
We didn't
the
get
sheriff
it though.
any consequences for how this was handled. He says that decision has not been made yet. So it's a wait and see. But he said they still believe that this had nothing to do with this, and that they're going to review this. This should be a massive learning experience. I have never seen a judge in all of my years in covering courts dress down a prosecutor like this. I've seen judges get really angry, not like this. This was something to watch. This was something to see. And I think everybody in law enforcement and anybody who's a prosecutor in this country needs to watch this and learn from it and know that the rules are prosecutors and detectives do not determine what is exculpatory. The law, the case law is very clear. So we're going to walk back now. Sorry, I'm a little winded, everybody. Got my calisthenics in for the day. We're going to walk back to the plaza, see what else is going on here. But obviously you heard Carrie Morrissey saying she respects the judge's ruling, but she still stands by the fact that she believes that that ammunition did not have anything to do with what happened
with the case.
Of Rust. It remains, but the question is, should there be some further investigation into this? That is the main question. Do they need to go back now, look at that ammo, and try to trace it back to its source, and then finally determine whether the ammo did come from Seth Kenney? So there are still major questions that need to be answered in this case. So I am going to run around the plaza a little bit. I think I can maybe toss it back to Elizabeth in the studio, or I can go back over to John. Are we going back over to John? Yes. Hey, John, let's talk. So we just chased after Carrie Morrissey. She said that she respects the court's decision. They stand by the fact that they do not believe this was connected to Rust. I asked the sheriff whether or not he will review this case. And, you know, he said basically, I don't want to mess up his quote, that, you know, every case you can look at and learn from. I asked him if there would be consequences because of this. And he said he has not decided that yet. What does that tell you?
You know, as I said, this case needs like when you have a plane crash, there's a black box that gives you all the data about how the plane crashed. That's what this case needs. They need someone to go in there and figure out how did this disaster happen. And, you know, Carrie Morrissey, a long career in the state as a well-respected criminal defense lawyer and civil rights lawyer. So she's a very ethical professional lawyer. Something went wrong in this case. You lost Erlinda Johnson today, the other special prosecutor who had just joined the case. That's a question there. What happened to have Erlinda hit the eject button and get out of this plane before it crashed? So
no doubt,
a lot of questions still need to be answered. At the end of the day, Alec Baldwin's defense team did a remarkable job in defending him and raising all these questions. You had a judge who was ticked off at the way the special prosecutor handled the case. And the judge decided the only remedy here is to shut this down with no possibility of refiling. And so Alec Baldwin will sleep well tonight. And the people of New Mexico are out a lot of money in terms of the tax dollars that were spent prosecuting this disaster.
He ain't wrong.
Alec Baldwin's defense has cost.
I mean, this is a this is a huge amount of money that he had to spend. But look at the result. I mean, you can't argue with the result that Alec Baldwin got. And you saw his reaction in the courtroom. And that's not acting. That's a genuine,
it was
genuine reaction. And he's lived with this. The reality is there's still a woman who's dead. There's a woman who's doing right now 18 months in the state women's prison. But this case also raises a lot of issues that are going to have to be dealt with on the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed appeal. And so there's more to this that hasn't ended with today's decision by the judge.
John Day, thank you so much. And we will actually try to get some more information about that. All right, Elizabeth, I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio, and we're going to see out here if we can find out any other additional information. So we'll send it back to you.
And Jeanette, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Now, here's the thing. You know, as they're trying to figure some things out, I'm trying to find, hopefully they got somebody, they were able to get their hands on somebody reacting to that, because, or hearing somebody recording the Morrissey actually reacting, because I didn't hear nothing. I don't know about y'all, but I didn't hear a damn thing. Okay. But still, this is a very shocking piece of information. I mean, let's keep it real. Did we really expect it to be a dismissal? I'll tell you what, no, I didn't expect that. But it was like the perfect storm of all bad things happening all at the same time. If you really think about it, it was all bad things happening all at the same time. Yo, that's crazy. And then you had her partner suddenly say, you know what? I'm out. I'm going to respectfully step down from this case because I can't stand for this. You realize that optically that looks even worse. Even your own partner is sitting there going like, I cannot stand for this. I'm out. Says a lot, right? That's scary, 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 right? So again, this is a very interesting thing. If my voice is out of sync, try to just refresh the page, okay? But I mean, I woke up today not expecting it to be a dismissal. I know some of you guys are like, I expected dismissal. I think once they presented the information, yes. When they dropped that and they're like, listen, these dude came in with all this stuff and y'all ain't even using it. And you guys are just kind of hiding it. And it was put under a different case number. Man, that's bad. Optically, that's so bad. So yeah, dismissal is expected, especially if there's some sort of potential foul play or potential corruption going on, right? Before the case even starts. That's bad. It's almost like, okay, you don't want Alec Baldwin to win. You don't want him to have a fair trial. You're going to withhold all this information. It still no matter what. Even if those bullets had those other rounds had nothing to do with the trial. The fact that they were able to find it, done. Like done. Then yes, it is what it is. Then the name calling. She was alleged of calling him certain names, certain words. You know, very, very. What's the word? I don't know what to say. Just insulting words. Okay, without actually saying the words. All right. And that's the thing. I was like, why is this here? That's the part that I was like, if you saw me, I reacted big because I was like, what does this have anything to do with the actual trial? What does this have? But then I understand, like, to a certain extent, if she has a bias already that she doesn't like Alec Baldwin, then maybe she would go out of her way to do anything she could to take him down and make him and get him and get him caught, right? And get him found guilty. Sure. But then you could say that to every other lawyer that fights for their client's side, right? So I don't know. See, that's kind of how I look at it. Look at Johnny Depp's trial, right? The Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. You saw both sides. Both of them were very passionate about their side, passionate about their client, passionate about the win, right? But I mean, I don't know if they were withholding information like that either, right? This is something This is something different, right? Withholding information, withholding evidence, photos, etc., documents. And then on top of that, you had homegirl. What was her name? What was homegirl's name? Alexandria Hancock. Oh my God. She allegedly, from my understanding, it almost seemed like she lied in the very beginning, or she lied under oath, if I'm catching it correctly, in a previous deposition or something of that sort. And then after that, she admits to lying on the stand. Then admits that, they asked me to take, they told me not to put this under a different case file. Corruption. Instantly. So it's bad, guys. Okay? It's really, really bad. Hold on.
The attorney had filed that motion to dismiss the case, arguing misconduct by state investigators and not properly disclosing evidence into the case. Now, we do have a very special guest who is here with us today. She is joining us remotely, and that's Lisa Tarraco. She is actually Dave Hall's attorney. Now, Lisa, can you tell me a little bit about what your reaction is to this granted motion to dismiss the case?
It's shocking. It's just shocking, and it doesn't happen very long, but the prosecutor got caught red-handed hiding evidence, and the defense team caught it in the middle of trial, called it out. Sure enough, she took the stand and she basically admitted that she didn't disclose some very critical evidence. That is absolutely not acceptable, and basically a criminal defendant's worst nightmare when a prosecutor hides evidence. So the judge made it very clear that she felt that she had no choice. There was no other remedy but dismissal. And quite honestly, I was very pleased with her decision.
And what were your thoughts about Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey taking the stand to kind of give her own explanation into everything that happened? I mean, we never see prosecutors get on the stand to pretty much testify in their own defense. What were your thoughts kind of seeing her on the stand today?
Well, as a criminal defense attorney myself, the first thing that I thought was, you need a lawyer. You should not be testifying about your wrongdoings.
No kidding.
That was my first thought. But she volunteered to get up and testify about, what had happened. And I'm sure she did it because she thought she was right and she was trying to clear her name. But I really feel that it had the opposite effect.
And what does this mean for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and her, especially with her trying to get an appeal in her case, as she's now been sentenced and is serving her 18-month prison sentence? How will this affect her appeal, her conviction?
That's a good question.
With that,
I think it's going to make a big difference in the outcome of her case. And I don't want to second guess how her attorney is going to approach it. But this has big consequences for her as well. They hid evidence, that is something that's unforgivable in the criminal justice system. A prosecutor that hides evidence, it has a big effect on Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's defense.
and do you believe that any of this could also possibly help your client as well too? Is it possible that anything could be tossed out? Could that have any effect on Dave Halls as well too?
No, I don't think so. And I think Dave is happy that his case is over and resolved and his consequences were de minimis. So I just don't see anything coming of that. And also Dave Halls doesn't like the limelight. I just cannot imagine he would want to go back to court. So our case is said and done and over. And I think Mr. Halls is happy that his case is done. I think he's equally happy that Alec Baldwin's case is done.
Very understandable. Now, Lisa, we do have Anjanette Levy, who is live on the ground in Santa Fe for us. She was inside that courtroom when the stunning development dropped. Anjanette, if you can hear us, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on right now in the ground of Santa Fe?
Well, Elizabeth, what we're really dealing with here on the ground now is the fallout. And Carrie Morrissey, as you saw when we were on the air before, it was said that she respected the judge's ruling, although she felt that this ammunition wasn't related. So it sounds like she disagrees with what happened today, but she respects the judge's ruling. Also, the sheriff of Santa Fe County said that he hasn't decided when I asked him whether or not there would be any type of action taken or any type of disciplinary action. So, Lisa, I'm really wondering what your thoughts are on that. We have Carrie Morrissey saying she respects the judge's ruling, but she got up there on the stand and testified. John and I are talking, we've never seen anything like that. What were your thoughts as she called herself as a witness, almost trying to save the ship from sinking?
Yeah, I think she made a mistake. And as a criminal defense attorney, I was like, no, do not testify. And like all people who are under the gun, they think they're going to help matters when they say something, and usually they don't. Usually they hurt matters. And I think that was the case. And recall, this is not the first time that the defense team has called her out for her bad behavior and questionable conduct. We've seen plenty of hearings of motions to dismiss based on her behavior. So I think she had a moment where she thought she could save the day, and I think she hurt herself.
It sounded like, too, that Carrie Morrissey, at the end, you heard Alec Baldwin asking her about some of the things she may have called Alec Baldwin to other witnesses. And she said, I really respect his work as an actor, his SNL work, and his politics. And then she apparently, according to Alex Spiro, referred to Alec Baldwin as in some colorful language. I won't say it on the air, but you heard it. She's called him an arrogant, you know what, and some other things. So Alex Spiro got that information from somewhere. We don't know where, but for a prosecutor to do that, even if she thinks it, and that if she actually said, I'm going to teach him a lesson, Lisa, what does that say? Does that show a bias in the eyes of the prosecutor? Does that show a bias against Alec Baldwin?
Well, of course it does. And the role of a prosecutor is to be fair and to seek justice. And justice, I believe, is being honest and true to the facts. And when she starts showing her cards, especially to the witnesses, that she has all of these negative thoughts about a criminal defendant and how she personally wants to get him and seek some sort of vengeance, that is definitely very, very inappropriate on her part. Furthermore, the other thing is she's not allowed to comment on a judge's ruling in any way, but that she respects it. That would be another ethical violation. So she commented appropriately, as she should have. The problem is her other comments were really over the line.
I'm wondering, Lisa, your client Dave Halls pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor in this case, and he agreed to testify as a witness for the prosecution, not only against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, which he did, but also against Alec
They're
Baldwin.
talking outside?
He was set to testify in this.
Let me see. Where else? Where are they talking? Do you know where they're talking? Because I will find it. I'm actually going to pull up something here because I know that what they said earlier. Three days. Unbelievable. Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get. There is no reason to believe that the evidence that we discussed in court today was related to the set of rust. It never left the state of Arizona. I understand that the court disagrees with me, and I respect the court's decision. There is absolutely no evidence that any of that ammunition is related to the incident involving Ms. Hutchins.
So the judge is wrong?
No, I said that I respect the court's decision. I think that people can disagree. I'm disappointed because I believe that the importance of the evidence was misconstrued by the defense attorneys, but I have to respect the court's decision.
Do you feel you let the Hutchins family down?
Do you regret not turning over the ammunition?
Well, I didn't know that the ammunition that became the subject of today's hearing existed.
Do you still believe Mr. Baldwin was guilty?
That has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to.
Hottest mic in the world. Oh, and that's it? Okay. Okay.
Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Well, there's that one. Let me see what else I can find real quick. Hold on, let me. I mean, like I said, this is all just surprising and and I guess, for anybody who's wanting to be a lawyer, this is not allegedly this is not what you do. And again, we just learned, like, this is not what you do when it comes to any type of case revolving that's like in this kind of ballpark, right? The other thing that they said is very unprecedented is that she called herself up to the stand, right? To testify for her own on her own behalf. And that might have been a very arrogant approach, right? But it's man, I am just very surprised by all this. Let me see. Let's see what our friends are seeing. Yeah, everyone's just pretty much, a lot of people are just kind of shocked and reacting to everything right now. All the updates, all the news and all that. And I got to be completely real. This was bad. This is not what you do, prosecute. Like, if you want to be a prosecutor, this is not what you do, guys. This is definitely not what you do. Okay, if you're trying to be a lawyer out here, this is not what you do. Everything. As soon as the defense showed that there was, that things were mishandled, things weren't handled properly, and all that stuff, everything went crashing down after that. Everything. Okay. I am just really surprised, but I am also kind of curious about what's going to happen for Hannah Gutierrez for her whole testimony. Or sorry, not her whole testimony. I'm sorry, her whole case. Could it be retried again because of this? Could there be a connection to this? I'm actually curious, right? I guess we're only going to find out over time. But still, no matter what, I mean, she had a lot of responsibilities for why Helena Hutchins is no longer on this planet. I think that she got exactly what she deserves, in my personal opinion. Now, I know a lot of other people think otherwise, but I think she got exactly what she deserved. She had responsibilities, she had a job to do, and she did not do it thoroughly to the point where somebody lost their life. That's just what I think. Also, sending text messages to somebody saying, "Hey, can we use live rounds with the prop guns, with the movie, with the prop guns?" And he's like, "No, it'll only end in tears." Right? I mean, shoot, she did that thing. Now, it would have been up to the jury to make the decision on whether or not Alec Baldwin is guilty or not. And I guess we'll never get that, because now that it's been dismissed, he can never be retried for it ever again. And that's all because of how the prosecution handled the case from the very beginning. That's so sad, guys. It's sad because you want full justice. Because I feel bad for the Hutchins family. They're looking for justice. They want transparency. They want justice. And they want a jury of their peers to make the decision whether or not Alec Baldwin should see the inside of a prison cell. And that's not happening. Not anymore. Because prosecution done mucked it up. They done mucked it up, guys. Royally. S-Dubs, thank you so much for being a member for the past 17 months. Thank you so much. Does this get the armorer off too? I don't know. That's a question I'm going to have to ask somebody in the Law 2 world when we get done with the show. You know what I mean? It's definitely a damn good question to ask. For sure, for sure. Mr. and Mr. Steelers, what's up? It's been a minute, but thank you so much for being a member for over 2 years. It's a long time. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. This is wild. Thanks for your coverage. Love you too, your family and chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Much love to you guys back as well. And this is it's crazy what just happened. You know, even Law and Crime is reacting like, what? Because they ain't never seen something like this before either. That was wild lawing. You know what I mean? Hund Lover, the highest in the room. What's up? Thank you so much for the love. Great coverage, Pascal. The mods deserve a little Hennessy cookies or straight up. Yeah, I think we all deserve it. It's been quite the week, okay? And it's going to be quite the weekend already. So I'm ready for the weekend. I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for the weekend, all right? So thank you, Hunt Lover, for the love. I appreciate it. S-Dubs, again, thank you so much. We will never know, but Alec said he didn't pull the trigger. And we also heard Alec was not allowed to argue with the armorer. Now, if that is true, right? If that is 110% true, then that's wild. He wasn't allowed to question her authority. That's weird. That's interesting. But if it is true, if that is true, that's very telling as well. Okay, if she said that it's a cold gun, then it's a cold gun. Bet. Say less, bro. Say action or cut. Let's go. You know what I mean? So I get that part too, right? Still, no matter what, this is a tragic, terrible situation, okay? But if they were able to prove that he was not allowed to argue with her or go against her wishes, that she was in charge, what she says goes, right? You don't ever question her twice. Then, I mean, it is an argument that you can play. Does it stick? I don't know. At the end of the day, he was the one holding the gun in his hand. The gun did go off in his hand. And someone lost their life because of that. I don't know, guys. Now we'll never know if he deserves to be behind bars or not. But I'll tell you this, though. I think there will always be a part of him that's a little bit behind bars. Let's be real. It's been 2 some odd years since this whole tragedy ensued. And just because he's exonerated, as far as the dismissal, because he really wasn't found guilty or not guilty. There was no verdict. He has just been let go because of technicalities. All right. He will never get tried for this ever again. But you know for a fact that he will have this in the back of his mind that will leave some part of him trapped in his mind for the rest of his days. I know that's really crappy and really trashy, but that's how it is. And then, of course, there's going to be a lot of people on sets, people who will work with him and all that stuff that will always keep in the back of their mind, oh, yeah, I remember him doing that thing back in the day where, you know, he was holding the gun and a girl lost her life. I mean, let's be real. That's going to be always traveling with him for the rest of his days. So is he really out of prison or not? Anyway, guys, that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It really does mean a lot. Hold on. I got another super chat. Let me just lower this really quick. Grace, thank you so much for the love. Can you do a little happy birthday song to my daughter, Jordana? She's 7 and she would love that and is outside with me right now. Please and thank you. Oh my Lord. Sing right now. Okay. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday, Jordana. Happy birthday. Hope it's a great one. Enjoy the weekend. You're 7. Wow. You got so much time left on this planet. Make every day count. Okay. Enjoy that cake. Enjoy that birthday. And enjoy that time with your family and your loved ones. You deserve it. Okay. Happy birthday, sweetheart. But appreciate everybody for being here. Really does mean a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for the super chats and all that. That was almost 8.5 hours. Oh my God. Oh, these are the reasons why I don't do these long watch parties. Have mercy. But it was worth it. I'm glad I was able to hang out and spend this time with you guys and all that. But it is time to get going. I may be on a little bit later on tonight to cover a different case, a different story with you guys. So be on the lookout for that. But do me a favor before we head out, hit that like button down below, crush it, hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on those other platforms or just want to follow me on those other platforms, please be sure to follow me on Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Please go follow me on those platforms. That'd be greatly appreciated. Of course, hit that subscribe button here on this main channel. Go to my secondary channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Crush that subscribe button over my secondary channel. Hit that join button down below. Become a member of the family here on this main channel. Or if you want to support even further, go to my Patreon, patreon.com/The Pascal Show. Check that out. Become a patron and support the channel. That'd be amazing. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. If I don't see you guys, have a great weekend. Make it count. Do something fun. Do something relaxing. I think we all deserve it after going through this week. And it's been one hell of a week. Anyway, guys, much love to you guys. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. We'll talk soon. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.